Hi, everybody. Hi, everyone. Happy Earth Day. Happy Earth Day. How are you doing out there? Today is a very special day for me and a very special day for you because today we celebrate Mother Earth. And I'm Viviana Puello with Arthur International Magazine. And today we are hosting an incredible broadcast. This is going to be 6 inspiring hours of artists, speakers, healers who are going to be sharing with us their message, sending waves of energy all throughout our planet so that we can advocate for Mother Earth and bring healing and bring peace. So first of all, I want to thank everybody that is helping us. We have an incredible team here with us, the Arthur International team, MNN El Barrio Firehouse team. We're all here, geared up, full of energy, and ready to rumble. Earth Day has been celebrated for over 50 years. And the first Earth Day mobilized over 20 million people worldwide. Today and age, over 200 countries are celebrating Earth Day. And we are honored to be doing this. Arthur International, for those who don't know, Arthur International is a magazine dedicated to promoting artists who advocate, who has a cause, who are activists and want to share a message. And that's what we do. Our platforms, the Arthur International magazine, and also the TV show are all dedicated to Mother Earth today. So if you go to arthurinternational.com, you're going to see also an issue of Arthur International dedicated to Mother Earth, and it is Arthur International Earth. And I'm excited. I'm excited and super happy. I'm waiting for an incredible and first guest that I'm going to have here, which is Zenaida Mendez. I'll tell you a little bit about my guest. And Zenaida, let's come to the screen. When I came to MNN for the first time, this is about, I think it's over 5 years ago. I came to become a producer. I met with Zenaida. She opened the doors of this incredible studio, this incredible team for me. And a new journey began for her and for myself. Not just the friendship that developed, but the incredible projects that we have been able to put together have been amazing. So I am thankful and happy to present to you Zenaida Mendez, director of MNN El Barrio Firehouse.
Good morning, Viviana. This is a wonderful day. Earth Day desde el barrio, from El Barrio, New York City, in behalf of Dan Coughlin, President and CEO of Manhattan Neighborhood Network, the chair of the board, and myself, Zenaida Mendez, here, director of El Barrio Firehouse. We want to work on the world. This year is more important than every other year. As you well know, we are going through many changes on Earth. The planet Earth is going through changes. Here in New York, you can see, 3 days ago was 60 degrees, the next day was 40 degrees, the next day is 26 degrees. And we can see what's going on worldwide. Everyone has to be alert. Everyone has to collaborate. Everyone has to do their share. We are responsible of what is going to happen the next 10, 20 years, the next generation. So we have to continue going back to Earth, go back to agriculture, go back to raising consciousness, just like you have been doing for the last, I don't know how long. And I have to tell everyone, Viviana is from Colombia, South America. I was born in Dominican Republic and the Caribbean. And our planet, Latin America, more than ever, need to be alert. We are a rich continent. All America is a rich continent. We produce so many, or what we eat. Our nutrition comes from Earth. So we need to take care of the planet. We need to take care of Mother Earth. So thank you, Viviana. Welcome. And I know that you have a beautiful program for today, global. We have people from all over the world. And
Yes.
this is so important. I also want to do a shout out to West Highland Environmental Action, Peggy Shepard, who have been doing environmental justice for the last 40 years in New York City and the world. So thank you, Viviana. We're going to have a wonderful, wonderful program. Thank you to Carla Robles, to Perdomo, to the entire team that is collaborating today.
Yes. Thanks, Enaida. Thank you so much. Guys, so let me explain to you what's happening here. So I'm doing part of the production directly from here and calling my speaker. So if you see me looking at the computer, that's what I'm doing. It's not that I'm ignoring you. Well, there's so much that's going to happen today. And there are organizations out there that are working to bring awareness, and they're working to make a difference. And one of them is Trees for the Future, and we are partners with them. They are planting trees all over the globe, and I want to share a little bit of what they're doing. And that's wonderful. That's wonderful. I love the message and I love the mission of Trees for the Future. Who doesn't want to plant trees, right? So they are feeding the planet by teaching people how to grow their own food. So I thank them, and we want to show them every time broadcasting Earth Day, they have to come up because their mission is incredible. If you can support them, you're doing an incredible, incredible deed. And I'm going to start presenting now. We're going to have our first presenter. She is Leora. Leora is going to be speaking about how much we need to love our planet. So this message is all about love.
Hello and happy Earth Day. I'm Leora Leone, author of the Powers in You workbook. Anyhow, I'm out here in Angeles Forest, going up to about 6,300 feet, and I'm going to show you later in the clip just how beautiful our beautiful forest in Southern California is. So stay tuned, there's more to come.
Now you may wonder what my book has to do with Earth Day. In my book, The Powers in You, I talk about the body, mind, and spirit being your superpowers. I teach the optimization of body, mind, and spirit. Basically, living the best life you can. And part of living the best life that you can live is understanding who you are and who you are in your place on the earth. In one of the chapters, I discuss a scientific theory discovered in 2012. This theory is a branch of physics based on an idea that there is one fundamental particle at the base of all physical creation. Its name is the Higgs boson particle, but strangely enough, scientists refer to it as the God particle. Meaning there is an interconnectedness between everything, a state of being connected. We are all connected. Everything that we see or experience has this particle, the God particle, at its foundation. Therefore, we are all one, all created from the same particle. We are all part of the God flow, the divine. We are all connected. The earth and all of its inhabitants are one living, breathing organism. Now, how does this affect us and the earth? Yes, we are all one, and each of us have an energetic vibration that affects the earth. All of our actions influence the whole. Every thought, every word, and every action. Anything you do as an individual affects the whole. Good or bad, the energy exists and vibrates outward like ripples in the water. Albert Einstein said, "We are part of the whole, which we call the universe, but it is an optical delusion of our mind that we think we are separate. This separateness is like a prison for us. Our job is to widen the circle of our compassion so we feel connected with all people and all situations." So going one step further, our vibration affects not only everyone around us, it affects the entire planet. The important takeaway here is that everything in the universe has a vibrational frequency. The human body vibrates at a very specific frequency, as do all of its organs and systems. Therefore, no two humans, animals, rocks, or planets ever vibrate at the same frequency, but everything in the universe has a vibrational frequency. Your individual vibration is vital to the health of this planet, as your vibration ripples out to others. So taking care of your body, mind, and spirit has a huge impact, not only on our fellow humans, but on our beautiful Mother Earth. Living at the optimum in body, mind, and spirit, you may ask, how can I live an optimal life? My belief is that we all have the ability to live an optimal life by living in an existence of optimization. Optimization of the body, optimization of the mind, optimization of spirit. For example, optimization of the body may look like eating healthy, exercising, and being in nature. Optimization of the mind may look like reading uplifting material, limiting social media, being in nature. And optimization of the spirit may look like meditating, praying, or being in nature. You may notice a pattern here, and that is being in nature. Without our beautiful earth and all the wildlife and countryside that it provides, we cannot live an optimum life. We need our beautiful Mother Earth and all she provides to be the best that we can be, so that we can be one with nature. So on this day of celebrating Mother Earth, let's remember how our vibration affects all of those around us, and most importantly, how our life and our vibration affects our beautiful Mother Earth.
Thank you for joining me today on this beautiful day, Earth Day. I hope you enjoyed my video. Check out my book, The Power is in You, on Amazon.com by Leora Leone. Bye-bye.
This was very inspiring, guys. I got lost there. Sorry about that one, but I totally got submerged in the moment, in the meditation by Leora Leon. Thank you so much, Leora, and thanks for tuning in from where you are. Like I told you before, we're gonna have people tuning in from different corners of the globe, and this morning is for raising the vibration, raising the energy, sending waves of energy that are going to be healing our planet, healing our hearts. They're going to bring raising the awareness and bringing that consciousness to a higher level. So I'm really, really honored to present all these hosts, all these incredible speakers to you. We have Maureen Pisani. Maureen Pisani is a master hypnotherapist, and she is the founder of Thrive Global, which is science-based hypnotherapy. And she also has a message to raise the vibration this morning.
So much, Viviana, for great introduction. Hi, everyone. Happy Earth Day. I'm Maureen Pisani, the Hypno Lady, and I am here to offer you today some insight as to how we all function from an unconscious level. So, technically, we all get to win. You see, Earth Day makes us aware of a lot of things, but makes us aware of things like that taking anything for granted will eventually hurt us, that ignoring signs only builds bigger disasters. So taking action when the situations are manageable is beyond smart. I mean, think of the British saying, a stitch in time saves nine, right? Earth Day makes us aware that we all need a solid foundation, all of us, including Mother Earth, and that foundation is love. And we also are aware that if we don't love ourselves, we can't love others or Mother Earth. So today, in honor of Earth Day, I'm going to read one of my own poems. Yes, I wrote it myself. That will highlight one of the most frequent experiences that most of us have gone through. When someone is in love with someone else who only loves themselves. A scenario when we have gone through the ringer because we've done the on and off relationship thing with this person. We've given and given and given all the way to empty, but received almost nothing because the other person simply chose not to reciprocate. This poem is meaningful to me because I wish that all of you realize how incredibly unique, special, and worthy each of you is. So much that if you could accept that prioritizing yourself and truly loving yourself is beyond essential for anything in life. Because once you achieve that, once you can truly love you, then you can love everyone around you. You can love everything around you. You can love nature, Mother Earth, the environment, causes. You will truly be able to love everyone and everything. So, let me introduce the poem. I loved you when it was shiny and new, when it was a mess. I loved you when it was convenient to be loved by you, and when it was the epitome of stupidity. I loved you when you made me feel like the only woman on the planet, and when I wasn't even on your list. I loved you when my heart skipped beats because you walked into the room, and when my heart shattered as I had to walk out. I loved you in the past, in the present, and in the future. Loving you surpasses time, moods, circumstances, or situations. Loving you is why I was created. Loving you makes my heart achieve its purpose. Whether I want to or not, my soul loved you eons ago. Our souls recognized each other. Together we're whole, complete, peaceful. Alone, we're just drifting in the dunes of an endless desert. Next to each other is the only place we're content, happy, at home. As time ticks away, only one truth resonates. I've loved you then. I love you now. And I thought I would love you forever. But finally, I saw your true colors. And the truth is, I finally love me more. So you see what I mean, guys? How important it is to keep in mind that when we have a loving foundation of ourselves, everything else is processed through this unconscious perspective. However, usually, because of life and how everyone around us over the years has thrown comments at us, labels, whatever you might want to call them, we think of ourselves, how our self-identity is scratched, dented, crushed. Now, it's important for you to know that your conscious mind is between 3 to 12% of your mental capacity, and your unconscious mind ranges from 88 to 97%. So if your unconscious mind is thinking negatively of you, everything else is processed through that perspective, the negative one. Now, the reason I'm here today is because I'm here to serve. Help me help you have a better today. Hypnotherapy is known to be the shortest therapy for the most permanent upgrades. I'm on all platforms. Just reach out to me. Find my name, Maureen Pisani, and message me. Or if you'd like, get to my website, ProThrive Science-Based Hypnotherapy, which is basically prothrivesbh.com, and message me from there. I have a global practice. I've been doing this for almost 17 years. I've literally helped thousands of people. You can live anywhere in the world. All I need is what time zone you're in. That's it. I offer Zoom, phone, WhatsApp, even Facebook Messenger audio sessions. I do it all. Why? Because I want to be there for you. If you're ready to upgrade your life, I'm here for you. If you're ready to feel better physically, emotionally, mentally, financially, spiritually, reach out to me. I offer a complimentary phone consultation. So I will give you answers before we even start working together. Yes, it's as simple as that, because I believe you deserve a better today every day. So reach out to me. Just mention that you saw me on the Earth Day event, and we'll take it from there. Remember, all you have to do is change your mind to transform your life, and that's where I come in. So let's work together. Let's get you moving. But before I let you go, I just want you to ask this question to yourself. Knowing that I've helped thousands of people, I've been doing this for almost 17 years, and hypnotherapy is beyond effective. Just read the testimonials. Can you really afford not to reach out to me? This is the first step to loving you. Think of your desired future. Take a few seconds right now. Think of how you would wish your future to be. What if reaching out to me and working with me gets you to live that future? If you read my story, you'll know that it happened to me. And if it happened to me, I can help you get there. So from my end, it has been an absolute pleasure. I look forward to hearing from all of you. I wish you all a happy Earth Day. Thank you, Viviana, for such a fantastic opportunity. And remember, love is the foundation. So if you have any questions, feel free and we will take it from there. So reach out to me, Maureen Pisani, ProThrive Science-Based Hypnotherapy. Website and phone number are right there. And in the meantime, I wish you the absolute best.
That was inspiring. Maureen is always inspiring. And like I said this morning, guys, we're raising here the vibration, and I'm going to share a video that one of our artists sent because she is in the other part of the world. She couldn't tune in this morning, but she wanted to share a message with you, and she is Patricia Spoon. You're going to see her in a few seconds here, and I just want you to keep your eyes, your ears, and your heart open because we're gonna have many different type of speakers today. And the idea is to connect with you somehow throughout the day, throughout these moments. We want to connect with you. We want to tell you, love yourself, like Maureen was sharing, love the art, love people, love our planet. Let's love and find peace. And here is Patricia Spoon.
Hi, my name is Patricia Spoon. I am from Virginia, USA. I am a modern and abstract artist. The inspiration from my art comes from nature and self-individuality. Nature has an abundance of life and influences. The environment has many stimulating components. Motion, geometric patterns are elements I incorporate into my art. I infuse my art with individuality and self-expressionism. Colors are the key role of distinctiveness in my art. Colors display passion, motion, in my works of art. Using these factors such as nature, lines, angles, and motion are all my representation of the musing song of nature. The message I hope to share with my art is the beauty and inspiration from nature and individualism. I feel so honored to participate in Earth Day TONANTZIN. Thank you, Art Tour International.
Thanks, Pat. Thanks so much for tuning in, for sending your video, your message. And yes, we want to love our planet. We want to love ourselves. It's all about love this morning. I don't know, how are you feeling? If you are feeling like you want to stretch a little, you want to move a little, well, I have an incredible guest here today who is a really good friend, founder of Storytime Yoga. Melissa Ross is here in the house.
Hello, friends. Hello, hello. I'm going to move over into my camera a bit so you can see me. I'm so excited to be here.
We are ready for you, so I'm going to let you go and I'm going to be doing yoga with you.
Awesome. I'm all set up and ready to go. Fired up.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, hello, friends. I'm Miss Mel, and like my good friend Viviana said, I'm with Breathe With Me Yoga, and I have an incredible program here for you today. It's called Storytime Yoga, where we get to read an incredible story, find the yoga within the story, and then talk about all of the lessons we learned in the story. And I created this special program for you today because it's Earth Day today, and this book is about Earth Day. So this book is called Not For Me, Please, I Choose to Act Green. So we're going to read this book today while we do our yoga class. It's written by Maria Godsey and illustrated by Christopher J. Kellner. This is a lovely book all about Earth Day and talking to us about how to be green and how to be kind to Mother Earth. So I'm going to get started here. I invite you all to your mat, your blanket, or your piece of floor. Whatever you're using, I'm going to come sit down here and we're going to start our class. And when we start class, I always start with my bells. We always ring our bells to start and end class, my friends. So I'm so excited to be here with you today for Storytime Yoga. I choose to act green. Sitting up nice and straight and tall in crisscross applesauce, just like I am. Or in hero's pose. I'll show you what hero's pose looks like quick. If this is more comfortable for you, you can just sit back on your heels like that. Or you can be in crisscross applesauce, just like Miss Mel. We're going to start off our class with some breathing. And this is my big breathing ball, my friends. If you've not seen it before, I can make it really, really big, my friends. And so as I breathe into my belly, and I bring all of that air into my belly like a big balloon, I'm going to make that breathing ball big. All right, I'm going to make my belly that big too as I breathe in. And as I breathe out, I'm going to make my ball small. So let's follow the breathing ball as we breathe, okay? Sitting up nice and straight and tall, shoulders down. Breathing in and out. In and out. In and out. Good job, my friends. We're going to do one more round of that. I want to remind you to keep those shoulders down, and we're breathing in through our nose and out through your nose or your mouth, whichever is more comfortable. Sitting up nice and straight and tall, breathing in and out. In and out. In and out. Good job, my friends. Okay, let's get to our story. I invite you all to stay on your mat, your blanket, or your piece of floor. I'm going to move my cushion and my little blanket out of the way here, and I'm going to come forward and start our story. So our story again is called Not For Me, Please, I Choose to Act Green, written by Maria Godsey, illustrated by Christopher J. Kellner. All right, my friends, I'm so excited for this story. It's a good one. There once was a day when I didn't act green, a time when I thought things would always stay clean. I didn't think twice of the choices I made, the impact they had, or the damage that stayed. My actions were based on the ease brought to me with never much thought to our air, land, or C. So do you see our friend Luke here? Here's his name. It says Luke, and he's sitting on this inner tube, and he's just sitting back, not caring about the earth or how anything he does affects the earth. And we're going to sit back. We're going to be Luke for a minute. I know we all care about the earth at home, but we're going to sit back in that little inner tube, just like Luke, okay, my friends? So sitting on your bum with your legs in front of you and those knees bent, we're going to roll back on the back of our bum there. That's just called our sacrum there. And we're going to put our arms out. And we're going to lift those legs up. Keep them bent because we're relaxing back in that inner tube. See if you can use those tummy muscles to hold yourself up, my friends. And I think Luke was drinking a drink with a straw. So let's drink that drink. I like to just drink it without a straw. And you'll see why later in our book. Holding those legs up, you're probably shaking like crazy, my friends, laying back in that inner tube, just like Luke. Good job, my friends. All right, coming back to our story. But my thoughts around this changed in a flash when I noticed the damage caused by our trash. The sight of it caused a reaction in me, and all I could say was, "Not for me, please." And you see this little squirrel, my friends? He looks like he's in hero's pose. He is a big hero, but he has stepped in some chewing gum. So not hero's pose, he's in warrior pose, my friends. And he has stepped in some chewing gum like the big warrior he is, standing in his warrior pose. So come into your mat, your blanket, or your piece of floor. We're going to be the squirrel. Are you all ready? So we're going to go sideways on our mat like this with big, open, wide legs. I'm going to point these toes out that way, and I'm going to bring these toes in just a tiny bit. And I'm going to put those big arms up like the big warrior I am, and I'm just going to bend this front knee, all right? Put more room in between your legs if you need to, my friends. Bend this front knee, making sure it's over top of your ankle. And arms right out. And what was our squirrel doing? He stepped on some chewing gum. It was right underneath his front foot there. So see if you can get that gum off. Lift those toes up just a little bit. And see if you can get that gum off. Can you get it off? Anybody at home? Check if your brothers and sisters or mom and dad can get it off too. Good job, my friends. So we're going to do the other side. I'm going to leave my legs where they are. And I'm just going to switch positions. I'm going to point those toes out now. I'm going to bring these toes in a little bit. And I'm going to lift up those arms. And I'm going to bend this front knee. Our legs should be good because we didn't move our legs when we came down. I can go down a little lower in this one. And I'm going to lift those front toes and try and get that gum off. Just like that little squirrel in the book. Good job, my friends. Coming back to our story. I could not continue to live as I did. Surely I could help out, because I'm a strong kid. You too can help out with this phrase that I found. Just say, "Not for me, please," and stand your ground. It may take some practice, but I'll show you how and why it's important for us to act now. And here's a little tiny mouse, and the little mouse is watching our friend Luke pick up the whole world, the whole earth, and help the earth. So let's be that little tiny mouse, and let's watch Luke help the earth too. And let's think about when we're down in our mouse pose, let's think about how we can help the earth too, just like Luke. So we're going to come down in our hero's pose, sitting on our bum, back on our heels there. And we're going to bring our forehead right forward to the ground, right down like this. And you can put your hands underneath your forehead, or you can bring your hands to the side here. I'm going to guide you through it, so I'm going to sit up, but you keep your forehead right down on the ground there, or on your hands. However you are there, my friends, just letting go. Releasing, letting that head fall down into the floor, pretending that you're looking forward a bit and you're seeing Luke help the earth. And while you're down there thinking about how, letting your body relax, but thinking about how you can help the earth too. And if there's a chat there and you can type into the comments how you're going to help the earth. Just like our friend Luke, we're going to find out how Luke helps the earth, okay, friends? Coming back to our story. Let's look at a straw that comes with a shake. Now imagine the trip this straw will soon take. Most often our straws are made out of plastic, and after one use, they're thrown in a basket. From the basket, they head to the dump or the sea and become something known as marine debris. And you see that straw, and it's now in the water, my friends. Not good for the sea animals. All right. Our oceans are filled with all sorts of stuff that hurt our sea creatures and make their lives rough. Poor turtles and fish mistake trash for their meal. Imagine the pain that their tummies must feel, their poor tummies. Or worse, they get tangled in our careless muck around fins, heads, and legs. They're nothing but stuck, and we can see all these amazing sea creatures with all of that marine trash everywhere. And we're going to be a wonderful, wonderful turtle. So coming to your mat, your blanket, or your piece of floor, we're going to sit down on our bum, and I'm going to face forward, and I'm going to make these legs nice and wide, and I'm going to keep my knees bent, okay, my friends? So my knees are bent, and I'm going to reach up to the sky and do a forward bend. I'm going to fold forward, making sure my back is straight, my friends. And I'm going to take these hands and put them right underneath my legs, underneath your knees, friends, and just stretch. So you're folding forward and you're stretching those legs underneath those knees, staying in that pose, my friends, just like a turtle. You can stick your little tongue out like a turtle if you like, and be a little turtle. I don't know what a turtle noise makes. If you know what noise a turtle makes, then make that noise too. Stick out that little turtle tongue. Staying in your forward fold. If your legs are tight, you might feel this at the back of your legs. Otherwise, this is going to be just a good bend forward, stretching forward. Good job, my friends. Coming back to our story. Let's see what else Luke does for Mother Earth. This one little straw is not worth the high cost. Why use things that harm or cause a great loss? Here's where I'd say, not for me, please, when asked. I don't need a straw. That will simply be trashed. We all have a choice. Let's do our small part to refuse to cause harm and decide to act smart. Good for Luke. He's going to drink without a straw. Just think through your actions and the cause and effect of waste and pollution and careless neglect. Let's choose to recycle, reduce, and reuse. And with my strong phrase, there's no way we lose. Here are some examples to show what I mean and how you can join me and begin to act green. All right, so we already saw that Luke doesn't take a straw, and he's going to show us some more things that he does to help the earth. And right now we're talking about recycle, reduce, and reuse. And you see Luke, he is jumping from one to the other. So we're going to do walking lunges, and we are going to walk and lunge from reduce, recycle, and reuse. So we're going to start here. We're going to take a big step forward, bring that knee down, walking lunges. You can go all around. I want to see that knee come down. You can go all around your living room, your bedroom, wherever you are doing this. Walk around. Make sure you don't run into mom or dad or brothers and sisters while they're there. So bringing that knee down. Miss Mel, I'm holding a bit there because I have an injury on my one side. But I want to see you walking all the way around, jumping from recycle, reduce, and reuse. Good job, my friends. Remember that term, recycle, reduce, and reuse. And we can leap from one to the other, my friends, just like Luke. Do you see all this trash scattered around? Why would anyone throw their stuff on the ground? Not for me, please, is what I choose to say, and pick up the litter to throw it away. I choose to be mindful and sort through my trash, recycling things like plastic or glass. These can be turned into something brand new, like clothing, park benches, or even a shoe. That's exciting, my friends. So here we are. Here's our friend Luke, and he's picking up trash. I think he's in the park picking up trash. So we're gonna do a squat, and we're gonna pick up trash with our friend Luke too. So coming to your mat, your blanket, or your piece of floor, we're gonna put a little bit of room in between our legs, and I'm gonna go sideways so you can see me. And are you ready, friends? I'm gonna squat down, right down, and pick up that trash. So I'm gonna come forward, squat down, hang out down there, pick up that trash, pick up a bunch of it while you're down there, and then come up and then put it in our little garbage bin beside you, and then come down, squat down, pick up a bunch of trash, and come up, and we're going to twist and put it this way now in the garbage bin. Good job, my friends. Coming back to our story. Look at these lights that someone left on in the room that is empty with everyone gone. The same for computers, games, and TVs. Why keep these things on for no one to see? Not for me, please. I use what I need and power things off whenever I leave. I know that it's easy for one to forget, but do it enough and a habit you'll set. And do you see now, Luke is a green superhero. He's got G on his chest and he's a superhero. Turning that light off, we are going to be that superhero too. We're going to come to our mat or blanket or a piece of floor and we're going to do warrior 3 pose. We're going to be a superhero just like Luke and turn the lights off. Is everybody ready? All right, my friends. So I'm going to put one foot on the floor and I'm going to lift one foot up. I'm going to go sideways so that you can see me. I'm going to lift this foot up. I'm going to get my balance. Just swing it a little bit, get that balance, and I'm going to put my hands on my hips. And slowly I'm going to come forward, and if balance is an issue, pick a spot on the floor or hang on to someone who's doing it with you. And now I'm going to put those superhero arms forward, and I'm going to turn off that switch. Let's be superheroes, light switch superheroes, just like Luke. And turn off that switch. Good job. We're going to go to the other side now, my friends. Okay, so I'm going to lift up this foot and get my balance. Make sure you have that balance before you go forward. Putting those hands on those hips is going to make your balance easier, my friends, okay? So if you start to lose your balance when you come down or when you move those arms out, then bring your arms back to get your balance, okay? Get your balance, put those arms forward, and turn off that light switch. Just like our friend Luke, bring your hands back here. Balance is an issue, remember? Good job, my friends. Coming back to our story. Good warriors, you guys are green superheroes. Do you see this faucet and the water that flows? How much has been wasted? It's so hard to know. Just running the water when it's not in use is careless and wasteful. There's just no excuse. Not for me, please. I avoid wasteful drips while brushing or cleaning my small fingertips. We're lucky to have clean water to drink, not the kind that is harmful, dirty, or stinks. P.U. Thank goodness. Thank goodness we have clean water. All right, my friends. Do you bring food to school that's packed at your home? After your lunch, how much trash has been thrown? From plastic baggies to small boxes of juice, it's scary the trash just one meal can produce. Not for me, please. I watch what I bring. Use food containers and avoid plastic things. I bring my own bottle. I wash and reuse. No need to contribute to plastic abuse. All right, do you see, my friends? Our friend Luke is sitting here eating a banana, and he's in his little lunchroom at school. So let's join Luke. I want you to think of your favorite fruit, okay? Think of your favorite fruit, my friends. So I'm going to put about this much room in between my legs. We're going to do chair pose, and we're going to sit in the lunchroom and join Luke eating his banana. All right, so I've got that much room in between my legs. I'm going to sit back in an imaginary chair. So I'm going to put my arms up and sit that bum back in your imaginary chair, and you can bring it down. I really love bananas too, so I'm going to peel my banana, and I'm going to eat a banana too. Tell me in the comments, I know I can't hear you now, but tell me in the comments what your favorite fruit is. I also like apples. I'm going to grab an apple too. Good apples. So I'm going to have a banana peel and an apple core. What should I do with those? Should I put them in the food waste bin? Yeah, not the garbage, right? So that they'll get composted. Your legs are going to be burning, my friends, sitting in that chair pose. All right. Coming up, good job eating your fruit and putting the peel or the core from your fruit in your food waste bin so that it can get composted and help the earth. Even while shopping, I see so much waste. Plastic grocery bags found all over the place. And why are there so many things plastic wrapped? Most of the plastic will only be scrapped. Not for me, please. I've had enough. I use my cloth bags when I pack up my stuff. I also take care of what goes in my cart. Choosing less packaging and plastic is smart. Have you been on a picnic when the sky was bright blue? Do you remember the cups, plates, and forks that you used? They were probably plastic and used only once, but decomposing takes years, not just a few months. Not for me, please. I'll join the ban against single-use plastic, 'cause I'm not a fan. All that I need can come from my home. Let's avoid needless buys and reuse what we own. All right, good job, my friends. Luke is having a nice picnic there. Look at this teddy bear. He's having a teddy bear picnic. That's pretty cool. And I like his nice little teapot, too. Got his teapot in the woods. Our world is connected with resources shared. We all must pitch in and give nature our care. Let's pass on these things that don't make much sense or benefit us at our planet's expense. The options are endless if you make the right choice. Think the 3 R's and use your strong voice. All right, do you see this big, beautiful tree here? This big, strong tree? We are all that strong too. We all have strong voices, and we can voice what we feel about Mother Earth and how we feel about helping Mother Earth. And we can help, we can use our voice to help Mother Earth by saying, not for me, please. All right, so we're going to be that big, giant, beautiful tree. All right, this is our last pose of class. So we're going to stand forward this time so that you can see me, and we're going to pick up our 1 foot and get our balance, just like we did for our little warrior superhero pose there. And then if balance is an issue, I'm going to tripod here and just put my toes on the ground, okay? If balance is an issue. Otherwise, I'm going to bring that foot up above your knee or below your knee, not on your knee, and bring hands to heart center to get that balance. And once you have that balance, my friends, bringing those big tree arms straight out. Let's see if you can sway in the wind. See how strong your roots are. Can you sway in the wind? You can also do this as a partner pose. See, I've got my hand here. If someone was beside me, brothers, sisters, mom, and dad, if they're beside you, you can all hold hands and do family tree pose together. Good job, my friends. All right, we're going to switch sides. So I'm going to put this foot down. I'm going to ground it, get my balance. I'm going to wiggle this foot. Bringing this foot up helps you get that balance and keep that balance. So balance is an issue. Tripod here. Just keep those toes on the floor. Otherwise, I'm going to bring that foot up, above, or below my knee. Then I'm going to put my hands to heart center, get my balance. And then bring those big, beautiful tree branches right out. We can sway in the wind a bit. We can hold a hand, mom, dad, brother, sister, whoever's babysitter, whoever's with you. Hold hands, do that partner tree pose, and think about how you can use your big, strong voice to help Mother Earth. Good job, my friends. Coming back to finish our story. So how will you choose next time when you're out? Will you think differently and take a new route? You are free to borrow my little phrase and say, not for me, please, in all of your days. And there's our friend Luke with a big sign that says, not for me, please. Oh, goodness, that is the end of our beautiful story, friends. That means that it is time for relaxation. Coming to your mat, your blanket, or your piece of floor, my friends. I'm going to sit on my cushion and guide you through relaxation. And you can sit or lay, whatever's more comfortable for you, my friends. So if you're going to sit in crisscross applesauce or in hero's pose. And then if you're going to lay down on your back. Get nice and comfy, my friends. Oh, good job, my friends. All right, taking a deep breath in and out. Dropping those shoulders down as you breathe out, down towards the ground or into the mat underneath you. Good job, my friends. Starting to slow down our breath. One more deep breath in and out. Good job, my friends. Slowly relaxing our body and relaxing our minds. Sinking into the floor, whether you're sitting or laying. Going to your eyes, seeing if there's any tension in your eyes, closing those eyes gently if you can, if it's comfortable. Coming to your mouth, just opening up your mouth just a little bit, letting it relax, letting your tongue relax down in your mouth. Making sure there's no tension in your eyes or your mouth. Making sure those shoulders are dropping down, there's no tension in your neck holding anything there. Good job. Dropping down towards the floor or into the floor if you're laying. Going to your arms and your hands. Relaxing those arms down towards the ground or into the floor. Opening up those hands with the palms facing up. Just having those palms laying beside you if you're laying down, sitting in your lap. If you're sitting, if you're in hero's pose, they'll be here. It's okay. Just relaxing them down, letting them go. Going to your chest and your waist and relaxing everything there. Don't hold any tension. Just let yourself slump down. Get relaxed. Let it go. Going to your bum, especially if you're sitting. If you're laying down, make sure they're not holding any tension in your bum cheeks. If you're sitting, making sure that everything just lets go into the ground. No tension in your bum, no tension in your legs. Especially if you are sitting. Look at that bum, look at those legs, make sure it's just all releasing. And if you're laying down, making sure those feet are dropping off to the side, letting everything go. I want you to go to your thoughts. I know there's going to be thoughts racing in your head. Imagine them like little flies, just like a fly would buzz in. You would notice it, and then it would go away. It would buzz by. So let your thoughts fly in, notice them, and just let them go. It's okay that they're there. Just relax that body and let everything go. And slowly and silently, I want you to say inside your head, I am kind to the earth. I am green. I am an earth superhero. Just like we learned in the story, Luke shared many examples of how he chooses to act green, and we talked about too what choices we have to act green. We have the choice to act green or not, and then we have lots of choices on how we choose to act green if we choose to do so. He explained the impact of all of our choices on the environment. What happens to the environment when we make the choice to act green or not? And what happens to our environment when we choose to use those strategies that Luke used? We see how it affects the environment, all of the sea life, all of the animals on the planet. Luke taught us about the 3 R's: reduce, reuse, and recycle. And he taught us what it means to act green. You have the choice, my friends. You have the choice to act green or not. And you have the choice to use strategies if you choose to act green. So I want you to take the knowing that you have the choice to be green and kind to Mother Earth or not, and put that deep inside your head. Put your hands to your head there, and know deep inside your head that the knowing that you have the choice to be kind to the earth and act green. Be a green superhero. And then I want you to take that feeling. How does it feel? How do you think Luke feels when he is a green superhero and he protects Mother Earth? I want you to take that warm, fuzzy feeling inside of you, and I want you to put your hands to your heart and keep that warm, fuzzy feeling deep inside your heart when you choose to act green. Good job, my friends. Slowly, slowly, I want you to wiggle your toes, wiggle your fingers, slowly coming on back up to your mat and sitting up to join me, my friends. Good job sitting up nice and straight and tall in crisscross applesauce or hero's pose. We'll ring our bells to end class. Sitting up nice and straight and tall. We always end class with namaste. I feel good in every way. The goodness in me sees the goodness in all of you. Good job, my friends. I'm going to come forward for a minute and just go over our book quick. We have 1 minute left here, less than a minute left here, and I just want to remind you that our book is called Not For Me, Please, I Choose to Act Green, written by Maria God see. This was a beautiful book. Thank you so much for joining me today, friends. If you want to find more episodes of Storytime Yoga, please do go to Breathe With Me Yoga on YouTube, like and subscribe, and you'll get the notification when all new videos arrive. Thanks so much for joining me, friends. I'll hold that book up once more for you. There you go. I choose to act green. Oh, we've got some comments here. April says, so amazing. We've enjoyed it. Thank you so much, April. It was a pleasure to have you here. It was a pleasure to have all of you that are watching here joining us. And like I said, please do go to YouTube, check out Breathe With Me Yoga. There's 100 episodes of Storytime Yoga on that Breathe With Me Yoga channel. Gosh, if you want to work with me in other ways too, please do go to my Linktree link as well. It's Linktree/Melissa Ross. And you can see all of the other amazing things that I'm up to, as well as Storytime Yoga. I think Viviana is coming back in a moment. We'll hold that book up one more time. Not for me, please. Hello, Viviana. Oh, I can't hear you. You're muted, my dear.
I got to do some yoga here, so it was cool.
Oh, that's so
Relaxing.
wonderful. Wasn't that such a beautiful Earth Day book?
Yes, I love it. I love the book. I gotta get it for Rain, for my granddaughter. Love. Even for, for adults. Such an incredible message, right?
Absolutely, it is.
Simple yet beautiful, because those are messages that we need to hear every day. Earth Day should be every day.
It should be. We
Def-
should be practicing it, and I hope that you say "not for me, please" every day, my friends. Every day,
Yep.
take those messages with you and remember them deep inside your head and your heart.
Yes. Thank you, Melissa.
Thank
Thank
you, my
you.
friend. Loving you. Bye.
Bye. That was inspiring, guys. I hope you get the book, because that was really great, and all these lessons in that book where I think they're appropriate for children and for adults. So I enjoyed it. I enjoyed the yoga. We have something really fun that I've been looking forward to, because I love herbs. And our next guest is going to be speaking about the power of healing with herbs. She is Autumn Blossom, and she's the owner and practitioner of Casa de Aguas Dulces. I'm so honored to present her. Hi, Autumn. How are you
Hi,
doing?
I'm doing well. How are you?
Great. Like I said, I've been looking forward to this, because it's one of those things that I love. Everything that has to do with nature, eating healthy. Herbs are something that we use in Colombia a lot. I'm from Colombia. So our native, that was the way, to
Hmm.
cure any illness, any pain, everything
Yeah.
was with herbs. So I'll leave you alone, and I'll be watching everything that you say.
Okay. Hello, everyone. So, as she said, my name is Autumn Lawson. I own Casa de Aguas Dulces here in Houston, Texas. So Casa de Aguas Dulces, it is a tea house and metaphysical store. A lot of people drink teas and use salts and tinctures and things to help relieve things in the bodies or to completely cure. When it comes to herbs, of course, there is a whole spiritual side of the things that I love to introduce to people, such as herbs when it comes to lavender, chamomile, vervain, things like that. Those things are considered to be sedative, so they're going to be really good when it comes to anxiety, depression, PTSD, and just stressors. But the other great thing about those is those herbs on the spiritual side, they're also healing. They're also going to bring protection and things like that. Growing up in my family, my mom actually introduced me to the spiritual sides of things. When we have a thing called, limpia, which you cleanse your body, using an egg, or we'll use smoke. So I try to introduce those things to people with the forms of tea, salves, and tinctures. Because as a spiritual practitioner, we always like to look at if someone is quote unquote doing spell work or doing magic on you. You'll hear the terms, mal de ojo a lot when it comes to things. So I try to help people with that more so on the secretive side, because a lot of people nowadays, they don't want to alarm their family members that they're, doing quote unquote magic, but I look at it as healing and things like that. So when I have clients who say they feel as if someone is giving them ojo, or they feel like there's obstacles or roadblocks in their way. So I'm pretty sure some of you guys have heard the term abre camino, which is basically opening the roads. That's allowing prosperity, that's clearing away obstacles in front of you. So when I have people who do not want to scare their family by using candle magic or carrying charms and things like that, I give it to them in the form of tea. So right here, I have some tea. So this one is going to be called Flower Power. It's going to have, lavender, rose, and chamomile. And on here, it'll tell you this is going to be for protection. It's going to be for peace. It's going to be for love. The other thing is too is that this is really good for people who have anxiety. So when someone needs to calm down, they can have, a cup of tea and things like that. The thing when it comes to working with herbs is that you speak to it. So I know a lot of people, when you eat certain foods, I know for me, when I would eat my grandmother's food versus going to a restaurant, it can be the same exact recipe, but it gives you a completely different feeling. And that's where the magic comes in. It is because of the energy or the prayers that you place in the food, which gives you that nutrients for your spirit and things like that. When it comes to hoodoo or curindissimo, a lot of the things you're given is going to be food wise, things that you can eat. It's not always something that is right in front of your face, which is what you'll see when you go into metaphysical stores. You'll see all the candles and all the dolls and things like that. So here at Casa, I like to give it to people in a form of food, in the form of drinks. So the way they're ingesting that healing, it's not just surrounding them, but it's actually starting from the inside out. So that is why I love working with herbs, because we all cook, we all make drinks. Lemonade can be a form of cleansing and purification, because lemon is something that is used to clear away negativity. So when you're drinking lemonade, you have lemons, you have sugar, and you have water. And these things not only sweeten your tongue, sweeten your words, they're also clearing away negativity. That water is cleansing, and water is a way to manifest and create. So the thing is, when it comes to working these things, it's you giving your energy to it, you're sharing your gratitude and your appreciation with it, and you're saying your prayer. Growing up in my household, we always said prayers, and as a child, I really didn't understand and grasp it. But now that I'm older and started my own practice, I understand the purpose of us saying prayers. The prayers was giving gratitude and appreciation to the herbs and to the fruits and to the vegetables for what they offer us. And that's a beautiful thing, because where do the herbs and the fruits and vegetables come from? They come from Mother Earth. So we are consuming this world. We're consuming Mother Earth. She's giving us these gifts, and all we have to do is show gratitude and appreciation for these things. It's also knowing exactly what each thing does. When it comes to people wanting to do money workings, or they want to attract money, the things you would use will probably be cinnamon. If you don't have cinnamon, you can use dill. If you don't have dill, oranges is another great thing. I always tell people that you don't always have to, do the candles and things like that. It can be as simple as you want to attract money. You want your roads to open. We'll go to the grocery store and get you an orange and just say your prayer and show your appreciation to it. If you want to get real fancy to it, I always tell people to sprinkle a little bit of cinnamon, because that cinnamon is also going to be that protection over your money, as well as cinnamon brings in money and prosperity as well. So there are a list of things that you can do when it comes to working with herbs. And there's a million and thousands of different herbs out there. So you do not have to try to know it all. because just like there's herbs for love, such as rose, there's also chamomile. Chamomile is also for love as well. So it is perfectly fine if you do not know all the list of herbs and all the things that they can do, because there's always alternatives to these things. So you don't have to be a walking encyclopedia. And most people have their favorites as well. It's really just you building this relationship. And the biggest way to build that relationship and to receive is to give gratitude and appreciation over it all. The list can go on and on. For example, Florida water is a thing that I'm very used to, and a lot of people are used to as well. Florida water comes in different forms. I make my own and things like that. But when you see Florida water in the store, you'll typically use it to cleanse yourself. Okay, you'll use that if you've gone to a place where you just feel as if you're drained, or you just feel icky or dirty and things like that. You put Florida water on you to cleanse you. But when you're making Florida water, at home, you will use different herbs to do that, mixed with alcohol, and things like that. So do not feel as if working with these herbs it is evil, because when I tell people, oh, I like to heal people with herbs, I work with the magic of herbs, a lot of people like to think it's something evil when it's not, because it's something we do every single day. The thing is, a lot of this stuff is already ingrained in us. We just are not remembering it. We're not realizing it, because these things was taught to us in a very secretive way. For me, when I started, learning with hoodoo and things like that, my family doesn't call it that. They just say they're in here cooking and they will have all the ingredients, and then we'll go about our day. We never spoke about it. So I guess it's really taboo, depending on the family. Yes, thank you. Yes. And so that's the thing. And I'm pretty sure the herb you are speaking about, it is going to be my cleansing and clarity. So cleansing and clarity, it is a mixture of herbs to help bring relief. So a lot of people who have insomnia and stress and things like that, that is what that blend of herbs is going to be for. And again, on the spiritual side of it, it is for protection, it's for cleansing, it's for purification. So think of it as when you go to a church and they have holy water, okay? Holy water can be almost equivalent to the Florida water. It can be a way to cleanse. Just like when it comes to the tea, the cleansing and clarity, that is my tea form of holy water. It's purifying you, it's cleansing you, it's getting you ready to go out into this world with a clean slate. So that is what I truly love when it comes to herbs and working with them, because as you can see, there's a whole wall of herbs, so many different things you can do. For example, when it comes to baking, which is one of my other favorite things, is that there's magic in these cookies. Chocolate chip cookies is a magical thing. Chocolate chip cookies is really great when it comes to love, because of the cacao, the chocolate. Chocolate is going to be for love. You have different types of sugars. White sugar can be used to clear away evil. It's also sweetening. So it not only makes you sweeter to those, but also those people around you are becoming sweeter to you. Just like if you use milk when you are baking, milk, biblically speaking, it is going to be for purity. Milk is also a sign of fertility. Not as formed just as pregnancy, but fertility in all that you do, to be fruitful and prosper. So the easier way to start learning when it comes to herbs and these ingredients that you're using, a lot of people are really against, using Google or Pinterest and things like that, but they really are helpful for those who are not wanting to completely dive into and jump into buying all the books. You can simply Google these things. And the easiest way is just type in spiritual properties of milk or spiritual properties of basil. and things like that. If you also are not a big cooker, a lot of people, do not like to cook, which is fine. Just sprinkling these herbs around your home or the outside of your home can bring you a barrier of protection or welcome in whatever it is you're searching for. So there's a saying when it comes to basil, a sprinkle of basil keeps the evil away. So you'll take some basil and you'll say your prayers, and as you're saying your prayers, you'll sprinkle basil around your home. You typically see it with people doing with salt. A lot of people like to put that layer of salt in front of their door, but that's not the only way to prevent, mal people coming into your home. You can sprinkle basil or cayenne and do that. If you're really big on wanting to welcome in prosperity and money, again, taking some cinnamon and sprinkling in front of your front door. You'll have some people that will blow it into their home. That is a way so every time you cross, you're welcoming in prosperity. Prosperity is going to be in all your tracks and things like that. I have someone that I work with who does my cacao ceremonies here at Casa de Aguas Dulces, and she talks about the power when it comes to cacao, because cacao is a sacred medicine. And so before we do the cacao, we always say our prayers, we always give our appreciation, because the cacao, it is going to be really good for the heart. It's going to be really good for opening you up and allowing you to receive. It's also going to be very healing when it comes to sorrow and pains and things of that nature. So there's a lot of great things. I remember I made a TikTok one time about this with people who feel as if they have stagnant energy. They feel like nothing is moving forward, just nothing is going right. And I always tell them to take some grape juice and add a little bit of cayenne pepper into the grape juice. It hides the taste, you don't really have the burn. But cayenne, it is really good for the heart. So it's going to help release these things. So some people might cry or some people just might feel free. But you also feel a change in you energetically. We all are spiritual people, whether we like to acknowledge it or not. In some form of way, we like to connect with spirit, whether it's creator or Mother Earth or the elements, fire and water and air, or even just with the herbs. We connect with these things whether we're realizing it or not. And so we just have to continue to show our love for these gifts that we receive, because everything on this earth is a gift to us. Your mic is off. Yeah.
And I keep making this mistake because I'm like, I get lost in these presentations. I really am. So I'm going to have to take notes of everything you said, go back, rewind. I remember the cinnamon for love. Oh, I like that.
Oh, I add cinnamon to my pancakes because maple syrup is sweet. So if you want sweet love, add a little bit of cinnamon and put the maple on top.
I love it. Thank you so much. I love that we have so many different ways of connecting, right? And
Yeah.
connecting to nature herbs it's I think it's like immediate. Once you touch something, I have a piece of wood here that I carry around because I have my reasons. Uh, it's immediate connection, and I love that. I love that. So how can we get a hold of you for those who want to reach you?
Yes, so you can find me on Instagram. My personal page is Divine Priestess. The spelling, I believe, is at the bottom of the screen. Or you can also follow the business, which is going to be Casa de Aguas Dulces. There's links in both bios that'll take you to the websites to see the products, as well as get consultations. If you are needing something personalized, I'm able to create that for you as well.
All righty. Thank you so much. Thank you
Thank
so
you.
much. I'll be reaching out.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Oh, I'm back. I'm back. I'm back. This was inspiring. Everything that I'm learning today is so great. And I hope you guys are taking notes out there. Like I said, we're going to have many different type of speakers, but Art Tour International is all about artists, right? That's what we're here. That's what we're here. That's our mission, to make sure that we give a voice to these incredible, incredible masters who are creating, to advocate for our planet, to showcase beauty, to advocate for peace, and so many other causes. And today I'm honored to present to you one of the fine art photographers that is showcased in the Spring 2022 18 Earth. This issue comes out incredible. All these artists are sharing a message, and today we have Ivan Bedar, who's here. Ivan, welcome.
Hello, Viviana. You hear me well?
Thank you so much for tuning in and for being part of this. I want to share, before you speak, I want to share the screen because I have your work. If you don't mind, I want people to see what you create.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the your page in Art2 International, and I'll leave you to the public.
Okay. So thank you. I think you do have a few slides with you, don't you? That I sent.
Let me check because I don't know. I don't think I have your slides.
I did send them. So
can you share the screen over there?
Yes, I could. If
yeah,
I
you could share the screen.
Yes, I see it. Okay.
Yeah.
So
let me take mine off, and that way you can do it.
Okay.
You got it?
Okay, I will share. Yeah, that one.
There you are. There you are. Awesome.
Okay, good. So what I will talk about today, I'm a scientist, so I am very down to earth. And I will talk about one issue, which is very important. It is the greenhouse gas emission that most of us make when we do fine art landscape photography, because most of the time we travel to make pictures of fantastic places. So just to say that, first of all, I am a scientist. I am an engineer, and I am an emeritus professor at Laval University in geospatial data engineering. But I retired in 2014 to work full-time on fine art landscape photography, which was my second passion in life. So, this has been very successful so far. And I have been involved with various situations involving environmental issues. And one of my photographs was chosen for the COP26 meeting in Glasgow for the United Nations regarding climate change. So why do I want to talk about that today? It's because I have seen so many people doing landscape photography and many workshops for landscape photography, in fact, don't talk at all about how they could protect the environment, and especially to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. It's very great. It's great to have a fine art landscape photographs in our living room, in our office, or in other places, because it really helps to raise our awareness about nature and to appreciate how beautiful it is. And that also it helps people to reduce their eco-anxiety. But I think that there is really something that we have to do as fine art landscape photographers and even for amateurs, to minimize the impact of their activity on the beautiful environment that we like and that we photograph. So there are basically three key issues that I want to talk about. First of all, having strong professional ethics to take into account how we travel and how often we travel, and also about offering products which are eco-friendly. So instead of saying to everybody what they should be doing, I will just give myself as an example. What do I do to have a good impact on our planet? So first of all, I respect the nature first principles. Nature First Photography.org is an organization that is being promoting, a good behavior of photographers towards our planet. Mostly it's based on the leave no trace principle, and that includes greenhouse gas emission. Generally, it says that we must prioritize the well-being of nature well over making the nicest, the best, or the most spectacular photograph. We have to think about certain things that we should not do, like cutting branches, to have a better view of a scene, or going too close to an animal and then we disturb it just to have the best or most exciting photograph. Sorry, that kind of thing is simply simple, that something that should not be done. And we also must educate other photographers to do the same. So having strong ethics is very important, and invite people to visit that website, the naturefirstphotography.org website. But the most important is when we travel. And what I have done personally is that I have reduced my gas emissions by airplane traveling by 90%. That means I have reduced a lot the number of travels I do. And when I travel, I do it to places which are closer to my house, to my region. And when I travel, well, I buy carbon credits to compensate for the greenhouse gas emission. And a few things that I have found also is that for me, and I sell more scenes or more photographs that represents local scenes in art galleries as well as on my website, because I know more those places. I love them. I have an emotional contact or relationship with those scenes, so that helps me to make better photographs. Because, as you know, art, it's much more than reproducing a nice scene of an exotic place. It's really processing the photograph in a way that it will transmit our emotions, and those emotions are easier to have or are stronger when it is representing a scene that we have a good contact with. Sorry. Also, I have reduced my greenhouse gas emission with my car by about 30%. Most of it simply because I drive slowly now. I mean, I drive at 100 kilometers per hour instead of 120 kilometers per hour. I'm in Canada, by the way, so that's why I'm talking about kilometers per hour. Doing that reduces at least by 20% the gas consumption of my car. And also, when I want to go to workshops, I always check if they would organize carpooling and if they explain what is their environmental ethics. Because, as I said earlier, many workshops just don't talk at all about that. And I have been in workshops where there were 10 participants and there were 10 cars following each other, all going to the same place, which is a nonsense from an environmental point of view. And also the products that I have designed and to sell my products, besides traditional framing, two of those products are, I call that a 4-season frame, as is shown in the upper left-hand side. In that frame, it's made with local wood, local products, by local artists. All the components are North American or local, and it's made with natural products or 100% recyclable products. And in that 4-season frame, you can have extra photographs in the back of the frame, so it allows you to change the photo in the frame every season. So I designed it, and I had an artist making the frame for me. The same thing for the wooden box, for collecting fine art photographs. This is all made also with local products by local artists. So as you see, we can be careful about the products that we sell, so we reduce the impact on our planet Earth. So those are very simple issues. As I said, it's very down to earth. It's not a complicated message. Like other types of art, landscape photography is art because, well, art is our inspiration. We have to take care of it, and we can all do it. Sometimes it's only a matter of thinking about what we do. And it's the same thing for everybody, not only for fine art landscape photographers, but also for everybody. If we don't reduce the number of times we travel by airplane, I mean, it's a nonsense. We are doing something which is not good for our planet. If we don't reduce the quantity of new clothes that we buy, that's a nonsense, because the clothing industry is one of the most polluting industries in that world. If we keep changing our cars every 2 or 3 years, that's also a nonsense. We have to reduce that. Personally, I've always kept my cars between 8 to 10 years. The one I have right now is 8 years old. It's in perfect shape, so I plan to keep it at least for 3 or 4 more years. It does the job, everything I need to do, visiting family, visiting friends, but also everything I need to do for my job. Those are the kind of things that we can all do, and not only landscape photographers. So that's all I wanted to say. It's a very simple message, but those are things that we can do, and we have to decide ourselves to do it. So thank you very much, Viviana, for that opportunity. And I invite people to visit my website to have some ideas of those products that I just talked about, which are designed with the protection of Mother Earth. Thank you, Viviana.
All righty. Wasn't that inspiring? And to see artists connecting from so many different locations. Thanks so much, Ivan. It was great to see everything that you're able to do to protect our planet while you practice photography. I hope that if there are photographers out there who were listening, you were taking notes and learning and are going to put this into practice, because this is what we're here today for. Just to advocate and let you know that in everything we do, we can protect our planet. And I have an incredible guest coming up now. She is tuning in from Italy. So I'm really, I love Italy. There's that thing in my heart. My husband being Italian, I'm in love with Italy and have a lot of loved ones there. So Sylvia is tuning in from there. And I really want to introduce you properly, Sylvia Cleonicchi. And the reason why I'm reading is because I'm reading your title, Italian Mystic Mama. I love that.
Can you hear me?
I hear you. I hear you.
Yes. Ciao, Viviana.
Ciao,
Oh
ciao.
my God, look at those colors. Wow.
Yes, look at this. Look at this.
Beautiful, 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 beautiful. I'm all about colors. How are you, goddess?
Doing great, doing great. Honoring Mother Earth today. So glad that you're tuning in. You're full of colors too. So
I am full of colors too. Yes.
yes.
You have one of my favorite colors, which is green. Nature is green. I love green.
And it's all about that, right? This is connecting to the trees, to the leaf. That's what my set is all about today. So you want to share about colors? I want to hear what you want to share about colors.
Yes. So, hi, my name is Sylvia. I'm here for Italian Mystic Mama, which is my little baby. I wanted so much to be in nature with you guys today. I live very close by a river with beautiful trees and flowers and swans passing by, but it's freezing here in Italy, so I had to take you in my room. And where did you go, Bella? Are you still here?
I'm here.
Yes, yes, yes. I was like, oh, leave me alone. I was like, where are you?
No, I'm here. I just want the audience to enjoy your beauty and your incredible set there.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. So yeah, thank you so much for having me here. I wanted to take this opportunity to share what I have, share what is happening with me in the last couple of months. It's a pretty new brand idea that I had at the end of 2021. And it's connected to nature in the sense that, you know, I read something in your social media. You posted a beautiful post and you share something that goes by connecting with our roots, we connect with Mother Earth. And
Yes.
so I thought it was a beautiful point to start from, because I have an acting background. I acted between Italy and the United States for many, many years. And then for the beginning of the pandemic, I actually found myself in my hometown, in my mother's house. And then the first lockdown started. And so I felt like trapped in this place. I couldn't figure out why I was here. And so I discovered that I have in front of my house one of the most beautiful rivers ever. And so, do you remember the beginning of the pandemic when all that silence started to soak in?
Yes, absolutely.
Yes.
Absolutely.
And so I found myself walking by the river and watching nature and the beautiful colors of nature and changing colors every day, and breathe outside and move outside. And it was fantastic. It got me back to my roots and what it means to me to be connected to nature. And nature speaks to you. If you just give it the time and the space, the colors of nature are speaking to you. Water is speaking to you just by, smelling the flowers that you have and touching this beautiful essence. It's so powerful. And so I was in my room, blocked in my closet, and I thought, you know what, let me just try. I don't know if you had the same feeling of starting to want to clean out your space and yourself.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
Yeah.
it helps also to clear up your mind, right? Once we do that, our mind kind of, we can see there's something about cleaning, even the space. Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. So I started selling a couple of clothes that were part of my closet from a long time, wanted to take up some space, some old energy, and trusting that new energy will come in from the universe. And then the ladies start to love the pieces. And then I start to research more colorful pieces. And I start doing videos in nature, dancing by the water with butterflies and roses and doing videos with colors. And I thought, you know what? I got something here. This nature is speaking to me about beauty and pleasure and fun and regeneration and colors. And I love to embody that and to give that. I feel that each piece that I have mostly vintage, Italian vintage clothes, just because I love my country. And I feel like each piece is unique. And so are we. We each have our unique light. And what we put in our bodies, since we need to put clothes on, I mean, we have to put something on. And I feel like, even looking at you with this beautiful green, it just bright up
Thank
my
you.
day.
Comes
Yes,
from
you
El
look beautiful.
Mercato. This is from El Mercato
Yes,
in Italy. So,
yes, you see?
yes.
You see? Beautiful colors and beautiful energy. And I love that. Do you want to see some of my pieces?
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And speaking
Yeah.
of,
So
I love what you're doing, because reuse, right? We're speaking about reuse,
yes,
guys, and not just going to the store and buying, but purchasing. El Mercato is incredible for that. You find vintage clothes that you can reuse, and that's a way of protecting our planet, and it's fantastic. It's phenomenal, right? How many more things are we going to be producing? Why don't we go back in exchange? So I want to see some of your pieces.
Yes. So I have a thing for sparkling things
Ooh,
because it reminds me of the colors of the water that I'm seeing every day. And the moon is connected with the color silver. This is from the end of the 70s, beginnings of the 80s. And
beautiful.
it's been going on forever, and it's going to be on forever. It's just so
Right.
fantastic. And then we have some beautiful lace. I have a thing for flowers and
Wow.
colors. So lacy and beautiful and shiny. But so much stuff, boleros.
This
And
is
this can,
beautiful.
this can be used forever. It's been, my grandmother used to wear some of these pieces. So my mother wear them, and then I wear them. So that's fantastic to keep cycling. And all the packages that we're making, it's all with recycled material. We don't buy anything. We use shells that we find we have 20 minutes, we have the sea. All the ribbons and all the elastic are made with like textures like silk. And we use papers box of all the things that you get shipped at home. And that's it. I think it's a beautiful way to share the joy and to make it cycle forever.
I love it. And, I think you're starting something really great because I am a witness of the mercato and the locations in Italy where you find pieces that they're not just regular vintage pieces. These are pieces, they're unique and the quality of the made in Italy, right? So this is a great way to, I think this is a business model that needs to be reproducing different countries so that we can exchange what our cultures are producing or produce in the past, and exchange, right? Exchange, reuse, and recycle. This is what this is all about. It's great what you're doing. Congratulations on, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank
Congratulations.
you. Thank you so much. So do we have time to, I want to give you a breathing technique.
Okay, sure.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Thank you so much. So this is something that I've learned. I'm also a teacher of restorative yoga, and it's a pranayama breath. Prana comes from energy, life, and yama for controlling, and it's called nadi shodhana. And it consists in breathing alternate the right nostril and the left nostril, and you're gonna close one nostril the other with, this is a good mudra to use. This is not a yogic mudra, but it's kind of like a surfer mudra because you have the water, you have the
Okay.
air, and you have the earth. So that's kind of cool. And you're gonna close the right and you're gonna close the left. Okay? So now where you are, it's perfect. Let's take a moment and very nicely and gently start to close a little bit your eyes, to close the outside world and the light outside. Let's start to tuning in with our inside, grateful to be here with Mother Earth embracing us and loving us. Let's take a nice deep breath down in the belly, the ribs and the chest, and out from your mouth. And again, another breath, big in the belly, and your ribs and your chest, and out from your mouth. Releasing, empty now, giving to the earth. And now with your mudra, you're gonna close the right nostril. You're gonna take a breath from your right nostril. Pause at the top and outside the right nostril. taking in air from the right nostrils. Pause at the top and let it out from the left nostril. And again, in air from the left. Pause at the top and out to the right. At your own pace, another couple of breaths. Pause at the top and gently out. Last round, inhale. And exhale out. Make your last exhale through the left nostril. And then you can place your hands on your lap. Take the air in through both. And out your mouth. And one last time, big breath, both nostrils. And out through your mouth. And now at your own time, you can start to very nicely and slowly open your eyes. Check your surroundings.
That was awesome. Oh.
Yes. This is a beautiful breath to center us to our soul. I feel like if we're always coming from our soul, we're always coming from a place of respect of nature and equanimity and calmness. It helps to cleanse the right hemisphere and the right hemisphere of the brain and put you into center.
Wow. Thank you so much. Thanks so much, Sylvia, for Mystic Mama, for tuning in and sharing these moments with us. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me. Yes.
All righty. See you soon.
Yes,
Till next time.
you can find me. You can find me on Instagram at Italian Mystic Mama, and you
Awesome.
can find all there my adventures.
Awesome. Awesome. Stay inspired.
Ciao, Bella.
Ciao.
Ciao, ciao.
Where's Mattia? Alrighty. Oh, wow. Aren't you guys getting such high doses of inspiration today from these wonderful speakers? I'm really inspired. And I think we're really sending the right vibration today and raising that vibration all through our planet. Sylvia was in Italy. Now we're back to the US, and we're gonna go back. We're gonna go back to another part of the world, because now I'm going to introduce to you one of the artists for a green planet, one of the artists who is creating an impact to advocate, is creating an impact to make a change. And he's using his art for that. And he is Mattia Zager, who's been here. Hey, Mattia.
Hello, Viviana.
How
Thank
are
you
you
very much.
doing? How are you doing? So I have a video of your message, but I'll share that later today because now we have you live. I'm so happy that you're here live, and I'm gonna leave you to the audience. But I do want to share, if you don't mind, let me share the screen where you have your artworks, which are here. There you go. So that's Matias' work. If you want to share the screen over there, let me know, and I'll just come out of that one, okay?
It's fine like that. Yeah.
All righty. All right. Screen is yours.
Oh, I need to share now, or I can share.
Are you sharing your screen? You want to share your screen?
Oh, no, no, no. It's fine that you sharing, that you are
Oh, okay,
sharing.
okay, okay. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Viviana, I'm still not sure what I'm supposed to do. Do I
Okay.
share?
Yes. Guys, so that you know, for you
What am
who
I
are
doing?
watching, these are visual artists, okay? You got to be kind. So, Matias, you are supposed to share your message with the audience, but I can ask you questions if you prefer that. You prefer that, an interview? It's better.
Yes, no, I just thought we'll share later on, as you said, the video I've prepared.
Oh, okay. See, okay. Absolutely. Absolutely. Let's do that.
Otherwise, I spoil it completely if I show too much right now.
No, no, no. I have your video here. Okay, here we go.
Hello, my name is Matthias Sager. I live in Switzerland. How are you? I hope healthy, peaceful, and fulfilled. I'm a psychologist and artist. For me, psychology and art belong together. Through my paintings and poems, my goal is to increase awareness intelligence for a healthier, kinder, and wiser world. Thanks for joining, and let's have a couple of inspiring moments together. A mind that's full, it will flow over. Only what's inside can come out. A mind that's full of choices. I know that art is not just a nice to have, it is the most important thing because art keeps positive, creative energy flowing. The source of life energy is within all of us. Here in my studio, I put energy back into life. That's my responsibility and greatest joy. In my opinion, nature is intelligence, not technology. And I have even a master in technology management. The closer to the source, the more pure, fresh and intelligent. While the more following civilization, the more exploited, polluted and numb things get. So, who would they choose? If aliens chose to whom to talk, no necessity for intelligence nor resources, governmental approval not required, their superior awareness interested in the poetic and artistic capacity of humans. If animals chose with whom to live, no need for domestication nor exploitation, business profit not required, their unconditional love thankful for the compassionate and caring capacity of humans. If plants chose by whom to grow, no requisite for pesticides nor fertilizing, industrial control not required, their exceptional frugality appreciating of the responsible and modest capacity of humans. If gods chose for whom to care, no demand for confessions nor fees, religious punishment not required, their divine grace inclusive of the spiritual and free capacity of humans. It is awareness intelligent to include all humanity in all our considerations. It is not enough to care for one's family, community, nation, race, or any other exclusive level of society alone. It requires awareness intelligence to recognize aggression, violence, and war on any level as intolerable, and to apply humanism critically regardless of social context and group preferences, be it in the past, present, or future. Almost taken by the habitual monotony, a trigger of awareness, a push of energy, and I'm back to do the work for fitness. Almost estranged by the usual anxiety, a flicker of light, a grip of compassion, and I'm back to listen to the heart for kindness. Almost asleep by the familiar apathy, a glimpse of purpose, a pull of inspiration, and I'm back to follow the calling for wisdom. Our development depends on our thinking about our thinking, i.e. our awareness. Our physiology is affected by every single thought. If we believe in our self-worth and capabilities, everything becomes possible. Which type of person are you? Good girl? Liked by many, following the rules, mastering the skills, obeying what's told, be praised to conform. Desperate girl? Avoided by most, ignoring the fools, hiding the tears, staying on hold, be chased to explore. Or the freed girl, loved by yourself, creating your tools, climbing the hills, becoming to unfold, be encouraged to bloom. I stroll around, the light is out. Lighting the lamp is blinding. The bright from the dark it appears. I listen to it, the music is a hit. Excessive tones are blinding. The melody from the silence it sounds. I feel it all, the body is tall. Overestimating pleasure is blinding. The strength from the pain it gains. I look for a sign, the soul is mine. Focusing the outside is blinding. The freedom from within it springs. I admit, the love is you. Trusting reason is blinding. The knowledge from the heart it feels. To move your love, feed the soul, for it is fed by the heart. No need for food to provide. To prove your worth, lead the love, for it is led by the heart. No need for stomach to guide. To save your child, plead the worth, for it is pled by the heart. No need for parents to side. To solve your pain, meet the child, for it is met by the heart. No need for places to divide. To engrave your truth, read the pain, for it is read by the heart. No need for logic to decide. To pave your way, seek the truth, for it is set by the heart. No need for eyes to hide. Like weathered woods of imperfection, stood up to life no matter what. A beauty that requires no correction, its warmth and depth you didn't forget. Like worn clothes of non-confection, resisted strain however smut. A quality that requisites no deception, its use and service you don't reject. Like used goods of full complexion, endured the challenge, never gave up. A character that desires no attention, its strength and love you won't regret. So, I'd like to thank you very much for having joined me. Just to let you know, this year I will publish a book with my paintings and poems of the kind you've experienced just now. Let's increase awareness intelligence for the benefit of each individual and the common good alike around the world. Thank you very much and all the best. Bye.
Wow, these artists are bringing more and more inspiration and such profound messages that I hope you guys are feeding that soul, feeding that heart, getting inspired today to connect to the wholeness, the oneness of this universe, and send that energy out for Mother Earth today. This is what's all about. This is why we're here. And I'm surrounded here by nature. In a little while, I'm going to show you a little bit of this stage here. How did I set up this set? And before that, there's this incredible guest, this one of our artists who I admire. I love his works because it speaks to me, and we're speaking about oneness and connectedness in the universe. This is what you capture when you see one of the masterpieces by Howard Harris. He is a fine art expressionistic photographer. And did I get that one right?
Very close.
Close.
Close enough.
Hi, Howard, and welcome. And I'm so honored to have you. I have your files, your images. So let me know when you want to share them.
That's great.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of introduction to myself.
Absolutely.
Part of way I feel about Earth Day is every day for me. Partially because I grew up in the Western United States, very attuned to nature, climate, water, cleanliness of the air, and the like. And essentially, what I chose to use to help understand that was the camera. Because early on, I wanted to show people what I see, and lots of people don't really understand nature until they can see it. They don't understand the change that's being created until they see it. So, beginning my journey in roughly 1960, 62, I believe, there was a great book that came out called Silent Spring. And I believe this is one of the books or the writings by Rachel Carlson that started the entire Earth Day movement around the world. And then in 69, I was witness to this giant, massive oil spill in Santa Barbara that I think woke up the United States as to the environment and what can happen to this environment if we don't care or if we just let it go through. And then in 1970, through basically being in or being around art schools and the like, I really latched on to the environmental movement more because of what was going on around me in the art school days than really any super passion to clean up the earth, if you will. But here's, Viviana, here's where you can start some images, because the very first image you're going to see are of my birds, Charlie and Kermie. Charlie is basically the bird on the right, the bigger bird. I lived with him for almost 50 years. And birds have taught me so much about nature. They've taught me so much about viewing the world. The subtleties of what birds have to offer really opened my eyes. And looking at these beautiful creatures, not only the ones I lived with, but the ones on the outside. You can see Charlie's the next bird. He basically was a beautiful bird. And what caught my eye one day is here's Charlie in a window looking at a beautiful sunset. That beautiful sunset happened to be the oil burning off of in Newark. So I was saying, whoa, I guess nature can be beautiful even in its ugliness. And it got me thinking a lot more about what nature had to offer a photographer predominantly. Then the next image is another animal. It's basically a snake. And so what does the snake have to do with nature? Basically, it was just a nice image. And I thought it was a nice image. But after looking at the image, I said, so what? There's plenty of nice images in this world, and the animal world offers an awful lot of beauty. But how can I, as a interpreter of nature, try to help people understand what nature has to offer, or what is out there, if you will? And the next image, it's one that I titled Hawkeye. It's a red-tailed hawk flying through a number of trees. And in this particular image, I tried to capture what the bird was seeing. And the bird's view of the world seems to be very different than our static view, particularly as humans watching them. Then I started looking at, okay, what do birds really do? And then the next image is a number of sandhill cranes in flight. And most photographers will say this is a horrible picture because it's not in focus. Well, focus has to do with the technology. And if you're trying to show more than technology, these birds are slightly out of focus because they fly so fast and they fly so quick, it's hard to see them with your eyes. The next image is I forgot exactly what it's called. It's a lilac-breasted roller, which I believe National Geographic at one point deemed this the most beautiful bird in the world. And I was on a quest to photograph the bird. And the bird was really interesting and incredibly difficult to photograph. And if you look at the next image is something that I tried to exploit in terms of what I saw. And I actually called this the Holy Roller, because after a week or two of not being able to actually even get my camera lens around to see the bird, I figured this bird was like a ghost. And every time I saw it, it just disappeared. Every time I saw it, it sort of turned over uh, in terms of its actions. And I said, well, would this really show people what that particular bird looked like? I'm not sure. It did to some, it didn't to others. So deciding that animals are an interesting sight, I was trying to say, okay, how can I take something maybe as mundane as a house cat and see what the beauty might be in the house cat from my perspective. And this is where I began using uh, techno-impressionistic technology, if you will, which isn't any specific program or the like. It just means I use different technologies to bring out things in the cat's case colors that my camera couldn't see, that my eyes could see, that I felt. And OMI is a product of one of my first explorations in looking at pixel editing rather than editing the raw files. The next image you're going to see is a little doggy. But I said, okay, was that just an accident, or can I do this for real on purpose? And so the little doggy happens to be my daughter's dog. And the act of bringing out colors and lines and shapes that the eye really can't see is something that really began to fascinate me in terms of, can I help people see what isn't there? Or can I help people see what really is there, but they can't see it, or if they don't want to see it, they will not see it. And that's what technology is helping me do. It's helping me define the world to others the way it may be seen by myself or a camera. The next image was kind of a funny one for me. This happens to be a Tasmanian devil. And when I first saw this animal, it was like a cute little marsupial rat. And I said, well, why do they call this guy a devil? And I was watching the animal for a long period of time. And I happened to catch this image of this Tasmanian devil trying to get some food from another one. And I said, oh, okay. If all the people are seeing is this kind of scary little guy, maybe that's why they call him the Tasmanian devil. I never knew that before, but I was able to capture, I think, what some people see in this particular image. And the next image was part of my journey in terms of capturing light, line, and sound. How, or not sound, form. How abstract can I create an image, or how can I synthesize the image to the point where all there is line, color, and volume? And this particular piece happens to be a kingfisher. And if you look closely, the beak is the red part in the center, and his wings and what have you are round. But it even though it made a nice shape, it really didn't tell much about the animal world, or didn't tell much about, the beauty of a kingfisher until I told somebody this was a kingfisher, or told a person it was a kingfisher, and they said, oh, wow, that's pretty cool. We've never seen anything like it. Well, that's all well and good, but I thought, looking at the next image that I call Cheetah, I said, well, in order to take the technology and the imagery and the emotion to the next level, I need to leave something there for people to relate to, or people to see at least the beginnings of an image that I'm seeing. And cheetah is actually one of probably the beginnings of a new form that I am experimenting with in terms of expressing nature without losing the character of the particular animal. And I will probably always be doing this. I'll probably always be scouting the world wherever I go for the beauty of nature and go from there. But when COVID hit, I really couldn't get outside that much and see animals. So I had to focus on landscapes. And the next image is a nice image of a mountain landscape with its tundra and its rocks and the like. And it's a very fragile part of the world that I was photographing. The next picture shows you another view from exactly the same area where there's mountains, clouds, and the like. And this is a part of Colorado that I've been trying to photograph for probably 15 or 20 years. And finally, one day, my mind was in the right place. I think the weather was in the right place, where these photographs just happened. And a number of people finally said, oh, I understand what it's like to be on top of Mount Evans now. I understand the beauty of the tundra. I understand the beauty of seeing about as far as you can possibly see. And then if you look at the next image, there's a lake that happens to be I think it's about 11,000 feet high. It's a gorgeous lake, and many people hike to the back of the lake. They stay there overnight because there's not much oxygen, so there's very few day hikers there. But it's a nice piece of landscape. But there are a lot of really nice landscape images that show idealistic pieces of what the world might be. And let's see, if you look at the next image, it is pretty idealistic. It looks about the same, a lot of rocks, nice clouds. I mean, it's a very nice image. But if you look at the next image, it's essentially what a desert, high plains rock formation looks like in eastern Colorado. Now, when you look at the colors are there, but you could only see the colors when it's raining and if you are probably using some exterior substance to look at the colors. But with the camera and pixel editing, I was able to bring out the colors so people can see what that part of the country looked like to me, or looked like through the camera. And that type of technology brought me to Arizona, or New Mexico, which is the next image. Basically, this was a fairly large tree grown in a part of Arizona or New Mexico that's incredibly arid. People know that area, it's called Tent Rocks. And it enabled me to really highlight much of the color that's inherent within the rocks and show people what Tent Rocks might be or what that arid part of the country could look like, if you will. Yes, it does sort of look like this after it rains, after it's wet down, but you probably have to wait 2 or 3 years to find that much water in that part of the world. Which takes me to my rock fascination, to the next image. This particular rock is a huge, huge rock in the middle of Australia. And looking at that particular formation actually kind of gave me a whole new view of what the Aboriginal world looked like. Before, I thought it was all, grubs and bushes, until I experienced the power that this little rock had. And I think it's called, I forgot the name of it. I think it's Uluru or something like that. See if I have it in my notes. Oh, well. But anyway, that's the next rock. But looking at the desert, which also fascinated me, the next image shows what humanity and the desert can look like. This happens to be in the middle of New Mexico also. And some people would say, wow, humanity killed the desert, made it look horrible. And I'd say, well, it is part of nature. Humans are part of nature. What we build is part of nature. And it need not look that horrible, although some people would look at this structure and say, why did they ruin the environment? I look at this structure and says, it enhanced the environment. If you look at the next image, where I used other techniques, this is also a pretty isolated area in New Mexico, but it shows the beauty of the trees. It shows the beauty of how the structures merged with the images themselves, or with the trees and with the landscape. And looking at the macro view of everything, of the world, was interesting, but also looking at the micro world. If you look at the next image happens to be what my grandson loves, puffers. They're those little seedlings that come from dandelions. And this happens to be a rather large dandelion area, but looking at the micro world, it's just as beautiful as the macro world. And it has so much energy, if you will, but very difficult to see. And I've got to admit, I got lucky dealing with this shot, or taking this shot, because I actually saw it for a moment, and I haven't really seen anything that beautiful yet, but I'm still looking. If you look at the next image, I started looking in very desolate areas, and I was looking at, in fact, if it's fairly, I think it's been on the media all over the United States anywhere, where there's the concept of earth ships. It's where people build houses that are completely off the grid, made with recycled materials, made with everything. And this happened to be in a field near one of the earth ships. It was an abandoned truck, but the abandonment of a truck, to me, looked beautiful. Now, is this garbage to some people? Yeah, I guess it would be. But when I looked at it, I saw the beauty of it. Why not? Why does everything that humanity does have to sound ugly, particularly when you're talking Earth Day. There's so many people I've heard for so long saying that technology is bad. Anything we do other than natural is bad for the environment, and yeah, it is in many cases. But here's a case where I saw the beauty in it. Then, if you look at the next image happens to be a field. I'm not sure whether it shows up on the screen, but there are high tension power lines running over that field. And to me, to my eye, it looked beautiful. I love the combination of technologies. I love the combination of the beauty of the field as it was plowed into these geometric shapes. But then again, how far do I have to go? This happened to be taken in Spain. How far do I have to go to find the beauty? And if you look at the next slide was taken while I was hiking in a Colorado mountain. And it's beautiful there too. You can see, you probably can't see it in this image, but some of them you can see fencing, and you can see some animals occasionally in these. Not animals that would natural, they'd be mostly cows and sheep or what have you. And if you look at the next image, which is kind of a rite of passage if you're taking photographs in Colorado, it's called bluebells. But you can see why people photograph this all the time. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. And will technology kill it, or will technology save it? And through these images, what I feel that I'm doing, at least I've been told by a number of people, is showing people the beauty of what is there so they can appreciate it deeper and have a much deeper understanding of what they're doing to the environment. And the next image is one of water that is a peaceful, place, although basically near that area happens to be a garbage dump. And one can say that is incredibly ugly. Yes, it is. And should it be there? I don't believe so. But nobody really realized how beautiful it was around it. And hopefully through these types of images, people will realize that that area is worth saving. If you look at the next image, is one where you not only see the plains and the mountains, but the trees. And again, it's helping people see nature through the eyes of me, if you will, through the eyes of the camera, through the eyes of technology. And yes, painters have painted for 1,000,000 years and they've showed lots of beauty. But essentially, what I can do, if you look at the next image, is show people images that they can see themselves if they just looked hard enough, as opposed to a painting or something that they say, oh, that's what one person's interpretation is. This isn't an interpretation. It's basically a straight photograph of the mountains that you see in Wyoming. And then if you look at the next photograph, you'll see basically what lots of people see every day. It's just a vista in Santa Fe. And through these images that I've created, as you can see, there's lots of different types of images. Some people love them, some people don't like the technology bent that I use for them, but these are images that I hope that people will look at and help them understand the beauty that this world has to offer. So with that, I'd like to thank you for listening to my tirade, if you will, and hope you saw something that interests you.
Thanks, Howard. That was beautiful. I enjoy it because I got to sit back and hear you speak about all this different, the whole process pretty much, right? How everything started until what you're creating right now, which is incredible. It's beautiful. I think what I mentioned before, it's one of the things that I'm passionate about when it comes to your work, and is that seeing think things that are so connected, because everything that's happening in your art is that connectedness that we cannot see with the naked eye. We cannot see it. Somehow you're bringing it up and showing it to us. It's just wonderful.
Well, the first art form that tried to do that was Impressionism, basically, that tried to supercharge what the eye saw. What this new art form is called is techno-expressionism or techno-expressionistic, which basically you take technologies, if you will, to enhance the viewing experience, uh, as the older technologies, if you will, or art forms tried to do. And
Yes.
hopefully I'm more successful than not at bringing that to people's eyes.
I think you are. I think you are. We love your work and want to thank you for that. For everybody that is watching, you're seeing the artists' websites as we interview them. So just keep your eyes to the screen and take a look, because the websites are there. If you want to visit Howard, the website is there. Thanks, Howard, for
Great.
your participation in being part of this Earth
Thank
Day.
you. Thank you. And stay inspired.
Thank you. Wow, this gets more and more and more inspiring as we go. And there's an artist that I've been wanting to interview for a little while, because our last interview took place many, many years ago. And he's one of our artists for Green Planet, participating in the spring issue of our 2 International magazine, Michael Dumas, and he's connecting from Canada. Hey, Michael.
Hi, Vivian.
How are you doing? How are you doing?
I'm doing well and very pleased to be here.
So good to have you. So I'm looking for our magazine and looking, sorry about that, looking for your page so I can share it. Can you share with us your journey? For those who have not seen you, don't know you yet, can you share with us a little bit of your journey?
Sure. I had an interest in nature almost from birth. I grew up in a very small town in northern Ontario, right at the eastern gateway to Algonquin Park, which is a vast wilderness area. My first drawings were of birds that I saw in the backyard. Eventually, when I was preparing to go to art school, I worked as a forest ranger in Algonquin. And of course, that added to all of this. The very first Earth Day, I was in art school, and for me, the concept of it was familiar. A lot of the things that I have been involved with are conservation projects. The image on the screen now is called Freedom Dream, and this is a watercolor. And I purposely kept the lion solid and real, but the rest of the atmosphere is almost dreamlike. And that is because so many species, including lions, are endangered in different ways in different parts of Africa. So this sort of image is meant to direct people to the beauty of the subject, people protect what they value, and valuable things are often very much related to how beautiful, how dynamic they are. I've had so many opportunities in my career to work with people who are like-minded, even to the point of, for example, His Royal Highness Prince Philip, Duke of Edinburgh, in his lifetime was an honorary head of the World Wildlife Fund Canada. And so there were many fundraising events that I was involved in that he was also. This image of the baby tiger is part of a reintroduction program, because tigers in their native habitat have become rarer as time has gone by. It all becomes very personal, because these animals are all animals that I have met personally. They're things that I've related to. And in the case of this little fellow, because it was part of a program, I could even hold and sense the life in it. And I hope that comes through in the painting. The next image that comes up is called Firstborn. And we had a mother dove locate a robin's nest that a robin had built from the year before. And she got onto that nest, and she pushed and pulled and eventually made that smaller nest fit her. And in that nest, she laid eggs. Eventually, when those eggs hatched, the little ones got larger and larger. And eventually came the time that one of them would be big enough and risk launching itself out into space to experience the wider world for the first time. And this happened to happen while I was watching. And the little bird came down near our garden, and not too long after, the mother came as well. I was able to approach very carefully within about 5 or 6 feet and draw these birds from life. Now, I had been observing them for weeks, and so again, these are very personal to me. And as far as the little bird close to its mom, looking out into that wider world, not quite sure what it's doing, I know what that feels like. I know what that feels like. So there's a little bit of me in there as well.
Yeah.
I mentioned working as a ranger in Algonquin. Algonquin Park is a very special place, not just to me, but it has some unique features, such as the Algonquin wolf. It's a very individual species of wolf. It's related to the red wolf. And if you go back far enough in time along the eastern coastline of the entire continent, there was a continuous population all the way down into the Carolinas and Florida. As people moved in and lands were cleared, it created a gap between those two populations, and they developed separately. And so what we have is an animal that is quite unique. It's been separated so long from its mother strain that it has unique characteristics. One of which is that in Algonquin, they interbreed with coyotes in the south and with the gray wolf to the north. The one I've chosen to portray is about as close a pure strain of the gray wolf that you will find in the park. Some of the things that I wind up painting, a lot of it comes unexpectedly. This heron, or egret rather, was part of a group of birds that were in a park in Florida. And it was an area that was periodically and purposefully set afire because it was a parkland with trails. And the burning was done in such a way that it cleared the underbrush, drove out poisonous snakes, etc. And surprisingly, all these small animals that one might be fearful of, they burrow down into the substrate, and the fire goes by quickly enough that after it's over, they emerge unharmed. But what struck me about this was these beautiful white birds up against that blue smoky background and still having direct sunlight on it. Algonquin continues to be very important to me. I still visit in all sorts of seasons. The two images on the page here, the one of the moose rather, is an animal that used to be, in my childhood, it was a much rarer animal in the park. But as the forest has grown, the white-tailed deer have decreased and the moose have increased. And so it is now the predominant large animal in the park. The pencil drawing below it are 3 falcons that occur in the park. At the very top is the peregrine falcon, which used to nest in the park, but over time, partly because of DDT causing too fragile eggshells, it no longer, it faded away. A reintroduction program was attempted, and I believe we had some come back the following season, but for whatever reason, they stopped coming. It may have been vulnerability during migration. We don't know. But the little kestrel, which is in the center, is doing just fine. And the merlin, which wasn't in the park many years ago, has come in perhaps to fill the void that the peregrine used to fill. I'm very curious, not just about things close to home, but I've traveled to Africa, I've been down to the Antarctic, I've been to the Amazon basin and so on. This painting is called The Young Prince. And it was one of 2 baby lions that I saw on the Chobe River in Zimbabwe. And this little fellow and his sister were very intent on watching their mother stalk a giraffe. Now, a single lioness is not going to bring down a giraffe, so I concluded that Mom was providing some lessons on stalking and approaching. And eventually, both of the little lions wound up falling asleep. The Przewalski horse, which is shown just below the lion here, is a horse that was native to Mongolia. It's one of the oldest form of the horse, not really related to the modern horse, but has survived as a separate line. For a time, the only place they existed were in captive breeding programs. And this one that I used for a model here was actually at a breeding compound in Florida. So a lot of these horses have then been released and have reestablished places in the wild. And Poland has established a very strong breed and release program. So once again, a little bit of good news with the Przewalski horse, once again in its native habitat. So there's a lot of good stories that contrast things like climate change and so on and so forth. All of the good stories seem to be because of like-minded people who value conservation, who work hard to help stabilize climate, who work with not just species, but with habitat. And this, I believe, is the way to the future, that more and more people become involved so that it becomes not just the efforts of individuals, but the efforts of nations. And that's really the way we can come through all of this for the better.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I've been enjoying you speaking about those artworks. They look amazing. And by the way, they're in the spring issue of Art to International. You guys are going to be able to enjoy Michael's works there. Michael, what's coming up for you this year?
Right now, spring is a busy time for me. There's a lot of art shows and so on, but I am involved with a number that relate to conservation causes. I'll be working, providing a piece for an auction that will take place at the Explorer Club in New York in the fall. I've got a piece that's going to the National Wildlife Art Museum in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. And that's also a fundraiser for the museum. And as always, I do work simply for my own enjoyment and have things ready to go out when they can help serve a purpose.
That's awesome. Well, I want to thank you so much for being part of this and participating in Art2 International Earth and Earth Day, for your commitment to conservation. Thank you so much for being incredible.
Thank you, Viviana. And it has been a while. I have a white beard,
Yes.
white long hair now that I didn't the last time we spoke.
Yes.
But I see that your enthusiasm hasn't changed at all. In
Thank
fact,
you.
it might be have increased over the
Yes.
years. And I'm very pleased to have the association with you and with Art2 International. It's been wonderful.
Thank you. See you next time.
Yeah, same here. Thank you.
Wow, guys, I hope you guys are so inspired, because I am. Every time there is a speaker or an artist, I get more and more and more into it. And we're going to get into it right now. And I have Dr. Amy Novotny. She is the founder of PABR. I hope I got it right, Doc. And she's going to be speaking to us about what's happening to animals that are in extinction, and how I hope that we can turn around and save these creatures. Thanks so much for being part of this, and I appreciate your participation. I'm gonna let you all the screen all for you, and I'll see you later.
Thanks, Viviana. I really appreciate it. I'm going to share a presentation. Let me see how we can do this. Let's see if we can. You might have to help me a little bit here.
Sure. So it's at the bottom of the screen. You're gonna see that says share.
Okay.
At the bottom, there's a bar.
Okay.
Where you got the mute, the stop, settings. There's a share.
Okay.
Then you click on that one.
Mm-hmm.
And it should have, and then you click on share screen, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
And you can share a window also, by the way.
I'm trying to share a keynote presentation, and it is all locked up. For some reason, it is not letting me share it. I don't know. I'm trying to go through it right now. Shoot, I didn't know this was going to be a problem.
It should be share. Let me open mine. Share and then share screen.
Yes, I did share. I hit share screen.
Do you have it open? The presentation?
You have it open, yes. And I hit, and it says it's lost permission to capture your screen.
Okay, that should be your system over there. That should be your system. Is there a way that you could send it to us? Maybe I can help you from here.
It's too big of a presentation.
It's too big. Okay.
I'm looking at it right now. I'm trying to figure out, it's telling me to go somewhere, and
I think it's in your preferences, and then you have to allow the application. You might have a protection of some sort in the computer, so you have to allow the application to open.
Yeah.
To share the screens, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. I have it unlocked, so it can. I'm trying to. It says I have to unlock Google, and I have no clue how to unlock Google.
System. Oh, really? No, that one I'm not familiar with. Can you, another option, can you export a presentation as a PDF, which is what I did with the magazine, and then you can share the screen of your computer. That might be, might allow you to do that.
Let me see if it'll allow me to share the screen of the computer. Let me see if it will do that. Let's just see if it will do that. Share entire screen. Okay, does that work?
Let's see, because I'm not seeing it. No.
It's not. It's Chrome. For some reason, Chrome is not allowing me to do it.
So it should be in Chrome. So hold on. Chrome preferences.
Mm-hmm.
Let's figure this one out. Oh, you and Google.
Are you seeing
privacy and security? I'm trying to kind of find the spot where you need to go.
Let me try this.
Site settings. Yeah, site settings.
Okay, let me just try. Okay, can you get? Nope, it's still not letting me.
So you have to automatic serial. Yeah, I would need a tech guy for this one.
I have no clue. I am trying everything I can think of. I don't know anything about this.
Do you want to take a little break and then we come back?
You can. I'll keep working on this.
All right. I'll take like a minute break and share some information with the audience in the meantime. Hopefully you get it ready. Okay.
Artists are the most generous and inspiring people I know. They create, give, share, and fill our world with beauty. They compose a fascinating universe with a unique message that can transform and bring joy to anyone at any moment. Here at Art Tour International, we believe in art as a powerful tool to bring global awareness and create a positive impact on our society. That's why we love helping artists share their message.
Art Tour International is the leading voice in the art world, with over 2.1 million readers in 205 countries. Our international platform includes a high-quality print magazine, our digital publication, our weekly Art Tour International TV show. Art Tour International. Create.
Succeed.
Stay inspired.
And that's Art Tour International, and it's the producer of this show today. We have incredible partnerships, and I want to remind you, we are at M&N, El Barrio Firehouse, the team behind the scenes working and helping us make this happen. Carla Robles, Zenaida Mendez, there's a whole team over there in the production room. And then I have the team of Art Tour International TV, Alan Grimandi. I have Perdomo somewhere running around. They're bringing food to me, making sure I'm fed, I have water, and everything is running perfectly, guys. And I have Dr. Amy. Were you able to solve that? No.
I can't even get any of it to work.
No. You wanna come back later?
Why don't you go on to the next person? I only have a half hour left. I have appointments the rest of the day with all of my clients.
Okay.
If you want to go to the next person, I'll try my best, and then
we'll do that.
Okay, thanks.
All righty. Thank you. All right. Technical issues happen. They do happen. And we are live. This is what happens on live TV, right? You cannot hide things. And we are human, and technical issues, can come up. The great thing about it is there's always a message. There's always a message. And the reason why we're here is because of that. Either with technical difficulties or not, what we want to share today, guys, is that it's Earth Day. It's Earth Day, and we want to honor Mother Earth. We have an incredible group of artists and speakers lined up for the rest of the afternoon who are going to come and share their messages with you. And one of them is Philippe Noyet, who is the Artist of the Year for Art Tour International. Yay!
Hello! Hello! So good to see you virtually from my studio.
Yeah, so cool to see you. So great to see you. So happy to have you.
You know, happy Earth Day. It's a wonderful day to celebrate the Earth.
Yes.
This is my newest painting.
Oh, wow.
It's called Let Your Light Shine, Be Free.
Wow.
And it's all like, in Minnesota, it's been dark and gloomy. And like, I'm showing people as blossoms shining their light. And I think that that's my primary message on this day is let your light shine. Let your, when you look at all my art, it's all about light in space that helps people feel better about themselves. And, you know, we see ourselves as 3D entities often, like we have to drive to work or be on the subway or whatever. And we kind of have these 3D kind of things that we are focused on. But in fact, we can elevate our energy to be awe and joy and love and light. And on Earth Day, I'd like to just celebrate the fact that we have that capability to feel really awe-inspired by just how amazing Earth is and how awe-inspiring light is, and that we are in this multiverse of beautiful orchestration, and we often don't even think about it. And so, like, my art just brings rainbows and colors and light and mobiles to activate spaces and activate people's brains so that they can feel better about themselves and less stress. In fact, these glasses are yellow, and yellow is a happy color. So even though it's dark and gray in Minnesota today, I have yellow glasses that make me feel happy. So there you go. Good to see you. I can't hear you. You may be on mute.
Okay, I said you're not going anywhere. I just took a bite, guys. I just took a bite.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
So it's 6 hours here, you know, from time to time. I'm gonna take a bite.
You know, you're running a marathon, and I'm just running a sprint.
So what I was saying is that you're not going anywhere yet because I wanted to chat with you and the audience. There is so much going on with you this year. And I want to start by this amazing project that you have. And if you can share with the audience a little bit about the VR experience that you're developing.
So I would say it's threefold.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, it's painting, and that is real world art. And then yesterday I installed a mobile that uses dichroic film that shines in different colors based on the sunlight and has a south exposure. And so the whole space is activated by this mobile that has diamond shapes that float in the air kinetically. And so the light of the sun activates the color in the space, and children who go there for dance performances or theater can play in the light spaces. But the most fascinating thing is that I'm working on something called Neo Art Space, which is a virtual reality experience where I've created what would be 100,000 square feet wide and 15 stories high, 30 different art experiences where you can touch a globe and butterflies come out, or you can touch a globe and fireflies come out, or a UFO will come flying by you and you can touch it and then send it off into space. So it's essentially, if you think about a pointless painting, it might have, say, 1,000 points of paint. Neo Art Space literally has 40 million points of what are called voxels. They're not pixels. They're actually three-dimensional, and so it's 40 million voxels big. And you literally walk through different light and color experiences, go through a black hole, and you emerge into outer space. This is something that is impossible to create in the real world, and I don't actually like the word virtual reality. I actually like the word heightened reality, because I can take something that cannot be created in the real world and create an experience that's a heightened experience that brings joy and love to those who experience it. And so that is something that I'm working with developers right now. And I am excited to bring out later this year, for people to be able to, no matter where they are in the world, they can actually go into an art experience and feel transformed.
Wonderful, wonderful. I'm looking forward to that. I really am. And can you talk to us about the pyramid? Because a lot of things happen with that artwork, right?
Yes. So I created a rainbow pyramid, which literally goes through all the colors of the chakras and has music that corresponds to all the colors of the chakras. And when you go through it, you feel an elevated sense of being and alignment. It's been shown a few different places. Last year, I showed it in Arizona, at Sedona, for a Demi Lovato TV show, in which she and Elizabeth April and others went into the pyramid, and they looked for UFOs flying in the sky, and they found them. But whether or not you believe in UFOs, the Rainbow Pyramid allows a place where people can feel a very wonderful sense of alignment and meditation. And a pyramid, as sacred geometry, is not just a figure. It's actually a receptor of energy from the sky, and it's a transmitter. And so when you are meditating in it, you feel like your energy is pushed out to the universe, and you feel a sense of alignment that you don't in other structures. And so I love pyramids. I think that they're super powerful. You can see them, and of course, in Egypt and in the Incas and the Aztecs. They're throughout. Mine is just a light energy space that can pop up and allow people anywhere, any place, to feel that kind of sense of energy. But it's smaller, so they actually are in it rather than being like surrounded by thousands of pounds of rock. And because it's going through the colors of the rainbow, you're actually going through the colors of the chakras, going all the way up and feeling a sense of alignment that you can't in other spaces. Or I guess I meditate like that in my head, but I like to provide a real world ability for people to feel a sense of alignment with all their chakras and the earth and the stars in the universe.
I was gonna say that that's when we're meditating, or even on guided meditations, usually we're walked through the light that that comes and flows with the different colors of the rainbow. So that's the same experience. It's just there.
Absolutely. So I think that, to talk about my art in a little bit broader sense, like I have this book in my head called The Art Rebel's Guide to Creativity. And a lot of what I do is surf on the edges of technology and technological advancements. So, many people, and I don't diss anybody, because like working with oils or ceramics is like a valid and important way to express yourself. But I work with LED lights and colors and plastics and the ability to use virtual reality and AR, or augmented reality. And all these things are like new ways of being able to communicate what you do in a new and really liberating way. I mean, a lot of people might feel a little bit scared of new technology, but my goodness, my life has been shaped by the ability to use computers and Photoshop and InDesign and then be able to create art that was not even possible when I was born. And so it's super fun and also enjoyable to share it with the world. I enjoy creating it and I enjoy sharing it and letting people see the possibilities. And that's always been a joy of mine. But I still do like painting.
Yes.
Painting in the real world actually feels really good.
But it's great that some artists and like yourself are choosing to use technology to create art that is so profound, because it really touches down, it really does involve the individual in a way that probably a two-dimensional piece would not do, right? If you are in the center of a pyramid of light, I can't imagine all the emotions, everything that goes through. Have you had that type of feedback from people who experience the rainbow pyramid?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
You know, in the rainbow pyramid, like an elderly couple will like suddenly dance for the first time in a long time and embrace and just enjoy the space.
Oh.
Or a group of 18-year-olds will stop and meditate and just feel like the sense of oneness, where like most art pieces, like you want that kind of experience, but a lot of people like to have a group of like 15, 18-year-olds go in and meditate and just feel a sense of oneness is wonderful. And then also like this, actually this one here, this is a kind of material that reflects light and is rainbow colors. So I think that artists are often inspired by the rainbow. I certainly am. In part because of inclusivity, because I want everybody to feel a part of my art, but also that there are new materials like that one that actually reflect colors and make the rainbow come to life. And so people, when they go see this, it's actually a mobile, so it's upside down right now. But as a mobile, it moves and it stops people in their tracks, and they just see light and color and rainbows come to life, and it feels good, So anyway, like I don't have like a political point of view with my art. All I want to do is elevate the Earth's frequency and bring a sense of joy and love to people. It can be kind of a dark place. We've struggled through a tough time, but when people experience art, it really does elevate their spirit. And that's what my art is about, is elevating people's spirit and their energy and the sense of joy. And so I really appreciate the opportunity to be able to share my art through Art Tour International and on this TV stage. It's an honor, and I'm humbled by the fact that I know you as a friend. And I do love your book.
Thank you.
Because I think I'm a masterpiece too. So,
thank you. You are.
I do my best. Anyway, so thank you, Viviana and Alan, for being the backstage production guy. But I really appreciate it. I don't know how much more time I have, but I just wanted to be succinct and share my love for everybody out there, and wishing everybody all the best.
Thank you. Thanks, Philip.
Okay.
Bye.
Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye. Inspiring, right? The Rainbow Pyramid. You have to go explore Philip's works. And I think Dr. Amy is back. Do you get it? Oh, yay.
I think so.
It's too important to not have that.
Because it's kind of an important concept. Does that work?
Yes, it is. Yes, okay. We're on. Okay. Alrighty.
Now, if I do that, can you still see?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. Absolutely. So what we're going to go through here, sorry about all that. I am a photographer as well as, I'm a photographer as well as I help people heal. And so I am going to be taking you through a process of, and it's going to be a little bit fast, but I went to visit Antarctica and I did this to photograph the emperor penguins. And we're going to go through the slideshow. So it's Ushuaia down to Snow Hill Island. This is the route of the boat. This is a Russian icebreaker that we were on. And this is kind of the rooms that we were staying in. So very small. There's 3 women staying in these rooms. And so as we got down here, you can see the green line right there. I'm going to change it to this one. Okay, so you can see the green line right there. And we got stuck in the middle of the Drake Passage for about 25 hours with the boat just being thrown all around. And it was my roommate, she broke her elbow. Other people broke their wrist. It was very harrowing. And we were trying to get to the other side of that land. And this is what we experienced. This is the kind of the oceans that we experienced. And let me click on that just to give you guys an idea of what it's like to get down there. It can be very dangerous, very damaging. And because we're in a Russian icebreaker, there's no keel, so there's no stabilizing forces. And this just gives you a sense. In a second, you'll see kind of the ship is just getting thrown around. And if you can imagine doing this for 3.5, 4 days straight, we're very, very sick. Some people handle that seasickness better than others. I'm a lightweight, so I needed different medications like the ones that the astronauts take just to be able to get through it. It's kind of a very, very harrowing experience. And then we took the ship through the sea ice down there, and you can see that we're breaking a passage through that sea ice. We put those cracks there. And we got to see along the way beautiful icebergs. You can see on the left there's land there that's underneath all that snow, and then their iceberg is in front. And beautiful, beautiful ways to do art in this environment. It's all different colors of blues and whites. And the sunlight is just spectacular. It's soft light, so you can do a lot of photography with it, and it's beautiful scenery. And of course, there's storms that come through. And even this one, I stood outside in the middle of a freezing snowstorm and hit the storm is coming at me. It's overhead, and I'm just getting dumped on with rain and hail. And I'm taking this shot off in the distance. And you can see the crack that we're creating from the pathway. Now, the sunrises and sunsets are absolutely stunning. They last for hours on end, 4 or 5 hours on end. And let me give you another little video of the ice here. So it just gives you an idea of what it sounds like, and when you're down there, just the whole experience of it. And so this is another one. So what was important on that, you could see as the ice was coming up, you could see some brown algae. That plankton, the algae, all of that is very important for the penguin colonies that live down there. And so as we were going through this, you can see what we kind of disturbed. Unfortunately, I didn't like the fact that we were disturbing it. but this is the life that's very important. These small animals are important to the seals. They're important to the penguins. And so we saw different types of seals, sea lions down there. This is a picture of a minke whale that popped up out of all the places all around. It popped up, and I had my camera out the right second at the right time. No one else was able to get this shot because everyone was set up for a landscape. And I just changed my settings, was able to capture this minke whale. And so this is a moonset during a sunrise. You can just see this beauty abounds. So why is all of this important? Well, the story of the sea ice tells us a lot about the state of our world. So when on the poles, as the sun comes down, it warms up the ice, or warms up the waters. Now, with the higher salt content in the water, the temperature has to drop below 28.8 degrees for the waters to start to form crystals. And that usually has to happen for about 400 feet below the water. That it needs to be that cold for something to be formed called fragile ice. So it's really small little crystals of ice. And so with this picture, you can see kind of in the foreground some of that fragile ice. Once, and here's some more images of the fragile ice. Once it starts to collect, it can either form two different types of ice. One is grease ice, which is kind of a little bit of this, you can kind of see it's like a greasy appearance. There's a little bit here where it's kind of greasy in appearance. That would be grease ice. And you could just see some of the shapes and stuff. Here's some more fragile ice and grease ice. And that's when water is pretty calm. You can get the grease ice when more fragile ice collects together. When water is more choppy, the fragile ice compacts together and forms pancake ice, which you can see here. It's these rounded shapes of ice. And so that would be pancake ice. Here's some more pancake ice. And now some of the pancakes are combining together to form drift ice. And that's what starts to move around. And when it becomes big enough, it either becomes a flow where it's moving around, or it becomes fast ice where it's anchored to land. And this is important because we want this fast ice where there's a lot of surface of white because it reflects heat off back into the atmosphere. When the temperature is too hot and this ice doesn't form, then the heat goes into the water. And what happens is the water heats up, and then we don't have this colder water that migrates down to the ocean floor and goes up to the equator to moderate the temperatures at the equator as the hotter water comes down to the poles. You don't have this circular cycle. And that's when things become problematic, because when I was down there, we were already starting to see evidence where it was 50 degrees. It should have been in the teens Fahrenheit at that time, but it wasn't. Now, right here is what I'm showing you in this picture is actually it's drift ice that has come together and formed a pressure ridge. If any of you have ever heard of Endurance, Shackleton back in the early 1900s, his ship was shipwrecked right where, not the exact location, but in the same area, in the same sea, Weddell Sea, where we were. And what happened is these two ice flows that combined together and formed a pressure ridge like this, and it crushed his ship. And if any of you guys follow news lately, they just found his ship and they have unearthed it. So now we were on the ship, we anchored, we got caught several times, we had to ram ice. They sent out helicopters up to do reconnaissance missions to find out where the penguin colony was. So we went and we anchored here about 6 miles away from the colony. And then we had to take this helicopter that they built on the ship to take us over to the sea ice. And we landed about 1.5 miles away from the colony. Here's us going, and you can see the ship is far in the distance, but we're heading back to the ship now after a day with the penguins. So here's the helicopter going in the middle. And here's basically us, it's landing, it's coming in to land. And you can see all of this is sea ice with just icebergs sticking up from out in the middle of, Antarctica. And so it's landing, and it's going to land on this ice. And then we had to carry our gear and trek. Now there was a tiny little tent where you could eat and drink, but basically I didn't want to walk a mile and a half back to it, so I stayed out for 9 or 10 hours. And this is basically where we went. And then this was our only accommodations for the day. Everyone always likes to see that. So the penguins, so they live on the sea ice, not on land. So it's one of the animals in this world that lives its whole entire lifespan on either ice or water. So we were standing on sea ice that was probably 12 feet deep. And so the problem is the sea ice is losing its thickness. So the penguins are moving closer and closer to land, because what's happening is because the ice isn't as thick, you can see the baby penguins. They're about 2 feet tall, but they have down feathers. This was in October when they're about 2 months old, and they need to be fully fledged by December or January when the ice melts under them. If they don't, they will drown because they don't have the waterproof feathers that the adult penguins have. And so they're losing baby penguins all the time because of the heat and the global warming. And here's just some images of what the colony looks like. Some adults, they're very curious. We couldn't go up to them, but they could come up to us if they wanted to. And there was always some gulls that were circling overhead and just waiting for some unsuspecting little chick that it could grab. Or at this point, all the eggs were gone. Let me just give you an idea of what it looks like. So they were very, very clean. They tried to clean themselves all the time, which, gave us great opportunities for photography. This one's ruffling up its feathers. This one's preening. They're just very, very human-like, very caring creatures, just beauty after beauty. They like to stretch. They like to sleep. They were very curious about us. Just so many ways that you could just sit there for hours and take pictures. And of course, we've all heard about the movie The March of the Penguins, where they go through this journey every year to mate and then have to travel all the way back to the sea, miles and miles and miles, just to get food again. But usually it was follow the leader. They like to, when they got tired, they like to go on their bellies. Here's them waddling. They get into rhythm. Now, all of this right here, you can kind of see the brown. That all should be white right now. It should have blankets of fresh snow. All of this, unfortunately, has changed a lot. And the chicks are about 2 months old at this point, and they could walk, and they would scream for parents to feed them. They're feisty little fellows. Of course, some of the iconic images. Here's a little bit more. So they're a little bit more on the lethargic side because this is about 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It's about 30 to 40 degrees hotter than it should be. And it's really hard on them. But they were beautiful. They bonded. They were kind to each other. Occasionally you had some squabbling, but most of them just were very, very just appreciative of each other. You could see in this image, there's a little tiny baby. It's a whiter. It's underneath the penguin on the right. Highly likely that one won't survive because the sea ice will melt before it gets big enough. This is a chick that possibly would not have survived because it's too young. Here's them. There you could see the black rope there preventing us from going further beyond on this iceberg. But these penguins came up to us. So the reality is there was, as a photographer, you look for the beauty, but I also found the beauty in the reality. The penguins, there was a lot of muck. These should all be white. It should be clean. It should be blankets of snow. It shouldn't be this worn down and this slushy. The sea ice was getting too thin in so many areas. And the penguins are doing their best to survive. They're getting closer and closer to land to try to make sure they can have the offspring survive to the point where the sea ice melts. So they're doing the best that they can. But you can see they huddle together and as they're trying to cross different areas because they're unsure if it's actually going to be safe. And the chicks, they're stunning. They're beautiful. Just this one was too young. I know in my heart that just from all the scientists that were down there with us that this one likely wouldn't have made it. But they were so animated and beautiful and curious. Just this is how they like to stand up. They stick their their beak in the snow and then push themselves up. And they had so many human emotions, so much that we can relate to. Just sleeping beauties. And so they like to form these creches where they group together and they start walking. And I have a video, I'm just going to show the very beginning of it. They form these creches and they walk together. It's like school children. You can see the one in the background, it's coming to merge with this one. And there's usually an adult that kind of takes over and watches them and leads them just like school children and a teacher. And they're just walking around. You can see the one on the left, the creche on the left that's joining the one on the right. And just so much beauty in them. So the one thing that we can do, if you are told to have fish oil or kelp, try to avoid that. Try to get your omega-3s from other areas. Chia seeds, hemp seeds, there's other places, walnuts. So those are the things that we can do besides taking care of the environment, but try to avoid some of the same information or same foods that we usually intake that they also eat. Kelp oil, fish, try to minimize or limit. You can get protein from other sources. All plants and vegetables, fruits all have protein. So we really encourage people to avoid those areas. Let the animals have them. Thank you guys. I cannot hear you, Viviana. You're on mute.
Here we go. That's an error here on my part. That was very insightful, and it is fascinating to see their social life, their family behavior is like pretty much like ours, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It really
Thank
is. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for the mess up with the technology.
No worries. This was awesome. Thanks. Alrighty, we're back. The mic is on. The mic is on. And this is getting more and more inspiring as we go. And there's more coming out this afternoon. So you guys stay tuned because we have artists. There is a lot coming up that's going to inspire you to live a more responsible and conscious, environmentally friendly lifestyle. So the next guest is someone really special to my heart. Is one of my best friends, by the way, a sister, a love, a habibi. My dear friend and artist, Raoula Sharim. She's tuning in from Lebanon. Yay!
Hi, good evening or good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. It's
How
good
are
night.
you?
It's good night for you over there,
It's good
right?
night here. Yes, it's 9 o'clock.
Yes, yes. Thanks so much for tuning in. I know it's like time to go to sleep
Oh,
almost.
I want to congratulate you for this beautiful work. It's really inspiring.
Thank you. Thank you. So let's chat about you. Let's chat about you and your art. And you're also a curator. We'll get there. So talk to us. And for those who don't know you, talk to us about your artworks.
My name is Rula Shreem. I'm a Lebanese artist and curator. And I'm the creator of Beirut Art World also. It's an NGO. And we do exhibitions here in Lebanon and internationally as well. I can show you my new artworks if you want.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah. I was working on some new series. Just a minute. I don't know if you can see it here.
Oh,
Yeah, this is
wow.
my new one.
Beautiful.
Sorry for the internet. It's been really bad lately.
It's okay. We're enjoying it. It's so beautiful. Wow.
Yeah, and this is the new one that I'm working on. This is my latest.
Beautiful work. That's oil on canvas.
Yeah. Basically oil or acrylic on canvas.
Okay.
I try to use a friendly oil that is water-based.
Oh, look who's there.
Peanut. Remember Peanut?
Peanut, of course. So
Yeah.
for those who don't know you, tell us a little bit about how you started or how you decided to become an artist.
Oh, I started painting ever since I was 3.5 years old. And I just loved it. And my parents encouraged me. They got me special tutoring. And I started to paint the houses. I lost my house during the civil war in Salhi, and I started painting a lot of houses. And then when I grew up, hello?
Yeah, you're there.
Yeah, and when I grew up, I worked as an air hostess, and I traveled throughout the world, more than 130 cities around the world, and each city marked me with something, and I would come back and I would paint and I would use the colors. And then when I had my kids, I decided to become a full-time artist, and so I dedicated all my time for my art.
Beautiful. So right now I'm showcasing your artwork. This is on your website.
Yeah.
The slideshow that I'm showcasing here. And wanted to find some of your galleries. Abstractions. Let's explore your abstracts. So tell us about your curational works. You're also a curator, like you were saying.
Yeah. We used to, 2 years ago, there happened a big explosion here in Lebanon. I don't know if you heard about it.
Yeah, of course.
But before that, every single year, we used to have at least 2 exhibitions, international exhibitions, and we would get artists from all over the world. Sometimes would also you would contribute with us in
Yeah.
our international show. Yeah, hopefully we can resume all this because the situation here is really not so good. So hopefully by after the elections, we can get back on our feet and we can move on and then start exhibiting again and again.
Absolutely. Hopefully, right? And
Yeah.
tell me a little bit. I know we used to go to the downtown in Lebanon, right? And you
Oh,
had that venue there. It's
yeah.
all
Well,
gone.
it's not all gone, but partially a big part of it's gone, especially that area, because the explosion like it destroyed half of Beirut, and so and it takes a lot of money to reconstruct it again, and people don't have money because of the financial situation that's happening. So it's really sad and bad. Hopefully, in this coming elections, that things would change. We're hoping for change.
Absolutely. And here,
Yeah.
I want to share this again because I had taken it out. I wanted to ask you about an artwork and
Yeah.
this one. So talk to us about this.
Yeah. Well, um, I got cancer like 5, 6 years ago, and I was in a very dark place. And then I found out about Esther Hicks, Abraham
Mm-hmm.
Hicks, and I started listening to her and listening to her recordings, and it touched my heart and it elevated me. So I painted this painting, and it was as if it was Abraham carrying me with the wings, and I dedicated this painting to her. I wanted to send it to her.
Wow, wow. And there is so much that they teach that I just appreciate, right?
Yeah, yeah. It's like you become elevated from a dark place into something beautiful.
Yes.
As an artist, it always comes out when there's an ordeal or a problem or something. We always use it and we try to make beautiful things out of it.
Right. That's the beauty of the artist. And I love what we're doing today because of that, because through art, we're able to connect with such a big audience out there and share our passion for our planet, for peace, right? Because
Yeah,
I believe there can be no restoration to the planet if there's no peace, if we're at war.
yeah, exactly.
And
We have to put our hands together and to put aside all our differences and move on and start acting now, as of now, right now, because before it's too late. You know, here we live on the Mediterranean, and we used to have four beautiful seasons: spring, summer, winter, and fall. But now it's becoming either too hot or too cold. Like last month, it was snowing and raining so much it was -5 degrees, and after 10 days, the temperature came up to 28 Celsius from -5 within 10 days, from -5 to 28 Celsius within 10 days. It ruined all the plantation and it ruined a lot of stuff. So we don't have four more seasons anymore. We
true.
only have two, either up to 40 degrees Celsius or -5, -10 during the winter. We didn't see that before.
That is true. I was telling Alan that I was exchanging my thoughts about spring because it's snowing also upstate New
Yeah,
York, and I said, well, we're not gonna have spring. It's just gonna hit, when the summer comes,
exactly.
and that's
Yeah,
it. It's either hot or cold. So I
yeah,
understand. Talk to us about Lebanon. It's such a beautiful country, guys. I
yeah. I'm
love,
waiting
love,
for
love
you to come
Lebanon.
back.
Share with the
You have to
audience the
come back.
beauty of Lebanon.
Oh, it's a beautiful country. It's a small, very small, but so beautiful, so diverse. You can go now. You can go skiing because it snowed so much. Now you can go skiing, and the temperature during the day it's 28. You can go back and swim in the beach. You drive like 20 minutes, and you can be swimming at the beach. It's beautiful. It's very ancient as well. You remember when we went?
Yep,
Yeah, you have Baalbek, Jbeil, Byblos. Remember Byblos? How
of
beautiful it
course.
is. Ancient city.
Yeah.
One of the most ancient city in the Middle East.
Yes, it is, and it's beautiful. It's still
Plus, we
beautiful.
have yummy food as well.
Delicious,
Tabbouleh,
delicious
shishtaouk,
food in
yeah.
Lebanon, yes, as well. And this
And
beauty
people.
also, this curator. So when is your next show? When is the next event coming up?
Well, it's supposed to be at the same place downtown in Beirut where we had our last one. It's supposed to be in October.
Okay.
Let's hope that it gets restored by then, so we can have our exhibition there.
Fantastic, fantastic.
Yeah, the first week of October.
Wonderful. I'm
Yeah.
loving that. I'm loving that. Hopefully,
You
let's see if
have
I
to
can
come.
sneak, if I can sneak away, and then we can go and bring
Yes, you have to
cameras
come. It's
and
a
bring you
must.
guys over there as well. Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you, Rola. Mwah.
Thank you so much. It was great seeing you, and you're looking great, by the way.
Thanks. Thanks for tuning in today, Earth Day.
Thank you.
Continue celebrating over
Happy
there.
Earth Day. Yeah.
Yes, and we'll be celebrating here. More to come. So once you finish, make sure you tune in because there's a lot coming up. Exciting
Yes,
things
of
coming
course.
up. Thank you.
Thanks for
Bye.
the great work. Bye. Bye.
Alrighty, guys. So I'm looking here because some artists have sent me information that I have to look in here. And I am trying to check and share with you some of the most recent video files that have arrived so that you can watch. And let's take a look. Let's take a look because I have here video by an artist who could not be present. And I'm going to start sharing some of these videos. They're beautiful, they're inspiring, and the artists are from all corners of the globe sharing their messages. So please open your hearts.
Hello, I'm from Germany and my name is Steffi Rodigers. First of all, I would like to thank Viviana and her team for the opportunity to present my works here and speak on a topic that is so close to my heart. Please excuse my imperfect English. I grew up in Germany, in GDR, and in the school we learned Russian. Briefly, something about myself. Until I became a freelance artist in 2018, I worked in various professions, including as a teacher, a director, or social worker. Now, in my new life, I have taken the freedom to put on canvas or paper everything alive, moves, or excites me. Since my childhood, I have developed a very strong compassion for the poor and the weak, and I have always fought against injustice. Today, this is reflected in my portraits of children or even people who have tell us a story. An important focus of my artist world is nature. The forest, the mountains, the seas, and lakes have always been healers for my soul. I try to be in nature almost every day. Many of my paintings show the beauty of the nature. However, all beauty is on the fleet. The forest, the seas, the animals, the air, nothing is in balance anymore. The painting behind me, called Climate Apocalypse, I made it a few years ago. It sums up a lot of what is wrong in this world. Starting with the lonely polar bear on the last ice floe. You can see it. The melting of glaciers and the power of water who can destroy everything. On the other side, we have fires, droughts, famine, volcanic eruptions, and a big number of animal species are out die, and others like insects take over. The people who cause the least climate change have to suffer the most. The young man who cannot hold the shifting earth is representative of this. The people sit at the levels of the time, ignore climate change, and do little or nothing. But also a large part of the people in the industrial countries do not think about it and take and do not take a step back from their comfort. We have long passed the point of saving the earth as we know it. Everything will change dramatically. At some point, wealth not longer useful. The animals and plant world will adapt to climate changes and create new. And I think people cannot adapt. Fortunately, there are those people who have come together here today, who are interested in ensuring that our grandchildren and so on can also live in a good life on this earth. I wish that you reach many people today and shake them. Only together we can make slow down climate change. Thank you. Thank you for watching. Goodbye.
Neiman, and I am pleased and privileged to again participate in Art Tour International's celebration of art that answers the call for Mother Earth. What a great cause. Since it's right around Earth Day and the entire planet continues to be endangered by pollution, forest fires, and melting ice caps. And what a fantastic subject matter for art. The beauty of the earth is all around us every minute of the day. Of course, it is the artist's job to see it a bit differently and create an interpretation that helps open up our eyes. I use watercolor and occasionally pastels. I sometimes include words in the image. I try my best to create art that has an immediate impact and a residual mental tickle. It can be flowers that are stronger than a carpenter's block. It can be fragile dandelions. Wait a second, here. Fragile dandelions, beautifully blowing in the wind. Here's one for baseball fans. Wow. It's a baseball field marked off for the people who have to make it look beautiful again in the spring with fertilizers and everything, with an optimistic caption, "Wait till next year." Yes. Another autumn piece. Oh, this is good. Here's an autumn piece called Turning Over a New Leaf. Huh? It's called Turning Over a New Leaf. And what it is autumn leaves with a bunch of New Year's resolutions. Pretty, yellow, orange, green. There's only one that is a slightly different. Don't go away. And it's the green leaf. That is turning over a new leaf. This is created over a list of New Year's resolutions, converting to any new faith, quitting smoking, quitting all the, you become a vegetarian, you know, to argue less about ugly politics. That is turning over a new leaf. Now, speaking of the beautiful Mother Earth, I have one more for you. This one, I just got back from Paris. Since it's a product of Mother Earth, and it is apples, the things we grow in orchards. And this one is called An Apple a Day. If you look here, it's Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. If you know the phrase, an apple a day keeps the doctor away. It also makes the earth far more beautiful. Don't break. Perfect. So that's that. So I love being part of Art Tour International, and I participated in many of your shows. I'm thankful to Viviana for promoting this cause and appreciate the chance to mix it up with other artists. So for now, I simply wish you a happy Earth Day, and many, right now, and for many years to come. Happy Earth Day.
And I am back. Are you guys feeling the inspiration, the energy, the love for our planet from all our speakers and artists? Are you feeling it? So I hope we are inspiring you to feel the same love. If you are tuning in, it's because you are amazing. You are fantastic because you want to support this cause and you want to celebrate Mother Earth and advocate for a planet that we can live to our children, our grandchildren, and grandchildren, right? I wanted to share a little bit about Art2 International and what we do. And the best way to do this is show you what we're doing for Mother Earth. So this is one of the things that we're doing in collaboration with Artists for a Green Planet, Eminent.org, Eminent El Barrio Firehouse Community Media Center, which is this amazing facility where we are hosting this event, and Create for Peace, our nonprofit organization, which is dedicated to helping and providing a platform for artists who are activists and who want to advocate and share their message. And what we're doing for this issue of the magazine, I'm not going to share everything. No, but I will show you a little bit of what's happening. If you go to artointernational.com, this is what you're going to find. Of course, the announcement to tune in today and the new issue of our magazine, which is here. It is Art Tour International Spring 2022. And all the artists are here today that they're speaking and they're sharing their message. You're going to find them on this issue of the magazine. So I invite you to do that. And something even more exciting that's happening, and I have to enlarge this window. It's a metaverse exhibition, the Artist Metaverse by Arthur International. We are honoring all these artists who are supporting our planet with an exhibition in the metaverse. The opening is tomorrow. Tomorrow at 7 p.m., you will be able to hang out. If you go to the metaverse, you'll be able to hang out with the artists and with ourselves. And I see a window opening here. And well, all you have to do is click on here, click on the metaverse. You're going to go inside the metaverse. You're going to see this exhibition. Amazing, amazing artworks. Well, if you feel like buying art, go into the metaverse and contact the artist and purchase the art, because when you do that, you're supporting an artist who is advocating for our planet. Remember that. So I wanted to share that piece of information because I think it's exciting. It's a metaverse party, and you don't have to get dressed. You don't have to wear heels if you're a lady. You don't have to get all, suit if you're a guy. Just come as you are. You can be laying in your bed, go into the metaverse, and come to an opening exhibition. I mean, it's going to be amazing, fun. And well, I'm going to be here. The team is going to be there. The artists are going to be there. We have a lot of guests coming. The artists are going to be hanging out. You're going to get to ask questions to them and all that stuff. So those are all the things that are happening at Art2 International for this issue of the magazine. So much going on. I'm trying to see if I can share everything with you, but I do have something special. And this is a presentation of all the artists, all of them, because not everybody could tune in today or record a message. We prepare a digital exhibition, a slideshow, a video for you to enjoy each one of them. And we want to honor them and thank them for their dedication to our planet. So here it goes. Enjoy. Fantastic. How is that? Congratulations to all of our artists. And well, to tell you a little bit more of the story of Art Tour International, I'm going to take you back to the beginnings. So Art Tour International is an incredible publication. We reach about 2 million readers worldwide. We are present in 180 countries. We have a network in about 50 plus countries of artists who are supporting us, who are making this happen. This is the publication I think I showed you this morning. If you were not here in the morning, this is our magazine. And the magazine you can find in Barnes and Noble, but you can also find it on digital format. And the new issue, you're going to be able to see it on the website. I just show it to you. And one of the most beautiful things that we do is support Mother Earth, and that's why we're here today. This passion for our planet comes from the beginning of times of Art Tour International. The vision for environmental conservation was born with us individually, my partner Alan Grumandi and myself. And because of that passion, Art Tour International adopted that vision of sending the message of environmental and not just environmental conservation. We also care about peace awareness. Any social cause that is going to make the world a better place, that's what we want to support. So those are the artists that we publish. Those are the artists that are working with us. And we have, through the years, we have worked in many projects, especially media productions, because that's what we do. We love to do. We have an incredible director, Alan Grivandi, who is award-winning director because he has won a lot of awards already. And in 2017, we published our first movie. It was a short documentary, Kintsugi, The Line of Destiny. In this short documentary, we went to Morocco, and I wanted to showcase the life of the Berber people in Morocco. They live an environmentally friendly life. They get all their sustenance from Mother Earth. And we went from the deserts to the mountains, to the Atlas Mountains. You're going to see in a few minutes the Sahara Desert, the Atlas Mountains, the Berber people. You're going to hear what they do, how they live, how their houses look, and how they build their houses so that they don't have to consume so much energy. All that is included in our film, Kintsugi, The Line of Destiny. It has won many awards already. I am honored to present it to you and being able to share this with you today on Mother Earth. It's our baby. It's our environmental baby, and there's more to come. But this was the first one, a first love, and I enjoy sharing it with the audience because you get to see things behind the scenes, but also you get to see the life of people that otherwise you probably would not see. So I am going to share with you. Give me a sec, get the popcorn because this is gonna get really good here. And there it is, Kintsugi, The Line of Destiny.
Pues estamos aquí para luchar en contra de las extracciones petrolíferas de Repsol y para despertar conciencias, movilizar a la gente de que se puede invertir en energías renovables para respetar y proteger a la madre naturaleza que ya está destruida por el petróleo. Y entonces, esto...
The impact of climate change, as we know, is affecting our civilization. So we've got to really do what we possibly can to get this message across to the world. The current administration does not believe in climate change, and that saddens my heart. Where is our country going? How can we participate and help each other for a better world?
Are we ever going to learn? I would love to go back to the desert. Berber people are amazing. What a beautiful place. Where am I?
For thousands of years, many civilizations have walked this planet. Ancient civilizations knew the relationship between life and harmony and Mother Nature. They knew that what dwells on the outside dwells within. In each of us sleeps the potential to activate a personal connection to a superconscious realm of the mind, the roots of creative genius, the door to spiritual transcendence. It is often called the serpent power. This is the dawn of times. We are in the midst of a universal transformation, and you are the change maker. Remember who you are. Call on the light within.
Ton chant est
C'est un homme vivre sans sa mère. Vers où vas-tu? Où as-tu
I need help. I need help.
Sans vol, mon frère, vol à traverse le vent des roses.
What a beautiful morning. Ready for a new adventure.
The world is a projection of our minds. The external universe is a reflection of the universe within. Nature is out of balance because our minds are out of balance. It is time to start looking into the inner environment, to harmonize the inner and outer worlds.
And now I continue with my journey. Where would you have me go now? What would you have me do? What should I say? And to whom? I'm welcomed by Rashid and his family. Spending time with them brings me down to earth. There's so much we take for granted. He lives in a Berber village, up in the Atlas Mountains, surrounded by beautiful rivers and green lands. No electricity, no high-tech equipment, but lots of clean air. The Berbers are also known as the Amazigh. They are among the oldest civilizations still surviving. Amazigh means free man, and they are free indeed. I'm welcome with mint tea. They say it heals and refreshes people living in the heat of the desert, but it also warms them up when they're in the cold of the mountains. The house is made of stone, clay, and palms, and the materials come right from the backyard. The Amazigh depend on Mama Africa for everything. Water here is so precious. It comes straight from the river through a canal. A stream comes into the house on one side and goes out of the house on the other side, and the drinking water comes from the well. Rashid's grandpa made a grinding machine, and all the families in the village come here to use it. It provides flour for the whole town. The engine operates with power supplied by the energy of the fast-running water from the river. The house has a courtyard and an open roof at the center so that they can use the sunlight to illuminate the home during the day. Here they have their kitchen, the place where to eat and gather together with friends and family. It is kind of the social area of the house. I have learned that there is more to the design of this house than meets the eye. The house works as a whole of mirrors. Each part is a reflection of their social life. It represents a microcosmos organized according to the same relations which order the entire universe. The layout and the way the objects are arranged represents the relationships between male, female, dry, wet, light and dark. I think it's brilliant. In this place you don't hurt Mother Nature because that would mean destroying the whole system. When you overcome the illusion of being a separate entity, you are highly conscious and permeated with the nectar of bliss. You become one with all other life forms and with the entire universe itself. I'll take it with me. I'm gonna give it a brand new life. I come here to learn, to call on the light within. Teach me wisdom. I come here to find my answers.
Kintsugi. Connect with gold.
Is this real? What is this doing here? This was in my dreams. Am I awake?
Kintsugi. Only by embracing imperfection do we find beauty. Don't dwell on what was past or what is yet to be. Accept change. Accept fate. Find your point of inner peace.
In the greatness of space and the immensity of time, we came into existence. This place we call home is only a speck in the vast universe, but it is the only place where we can survive. We have gone too far in our greed for material possessions, and the consequence is the depletion of our natural resources, but it is within our power to change the line of destiny. We are at a turning point, a moment of transformation, of the shedding of our skin, a moment of renewal to a different level of consciousness. Let's fall in love with the universe and every living thing. Let's fall in love with the beauty of the oceans, the soothing sound of the water flowing down the rivers, the laugh of children playing free in the land, the freedom of the desert, the majesty of the mountains. Let's fall in love with it all. Because it is in that state of love
when miracles happen, and it takes only one miracle to create a ripple effect that may lead to the awakening of our communities, our cities, our countries, the world. It is not too late to leave a legacy of love for future generations. Nature cares for all things with the wholeness of complete virtue. It shows the greatest and perfect kindness by giving life to let all things grow and accomplish them with the hastening of harvest. Let's follow what ancient civilizations have taught us and call on the light within to create a shift that will push us to rise, determined to see things differently. Ever desireless, one can see the mystery. Ever desiring, one sees only the manifestations. All things and beings will eventually return to the source. Peace means returning to one's original nature. This original nature is the eternal law. To know nature's law is to be enlightened. You and I have the key to change the line of destiny.
Hope you guys enjoy that. And right now we're showcasing the artists who took part of creating that film, The Artist for a Green Planet, 2017. Thanks, Alex. Thank you, Yvonne. Wow, I hope you guys are inspired because I am. Every time I watch Kinsui, I remember so many beautiful moments creating that film, but at the same time, I think what I remember most is the people behind it, really. The artists who supported that cause, that moment, that production, so that we can share this message and bring to you locations that probably you would not be able to see otherwise. in messages from people from around the globe, from on the other side of the world, who are living a simple life. They're super happy where they are, and they are creating a life respecting Mother Earth, and appreciating and honoring its sustenance. And I have to warn my speakers, because I know they're waiting. I have three incredible speakers coming up, lined up for you. We are a few minutes late. I asked for patience from you guys. I promise I'm gonna get there. And I'm going to call my first speaker here, who's an artist that has been creating. And the reason why we're doing this today is because of this. We want to bring peace awareness. We want to bring environmental conservation awareness. We want to bring to light all those issues that maybe in the past were in the dark. We need to heal those issues so that then we can achieve peace. And that's what my next artist does. And he is Rick Kahn. Hey, Rick, welcome.
Hi, thank you.
How are you doing? And thank you for tuning in and participating, being such incredible commitment that you have for your work.
It is my pleasure, and I wanted to commend you on that film that we watched. It was amazing. It truly was.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll leave you the camera, or would you prefer for me to hang out?
It really doesn't matter. If you want to stay, that'd be great. If you want to go and do something,
Okay. I'll go back and forth.
Okay.
All right. Oh, what am I doing? Is that time?
Am I on? My name is Rick Kahn, and I am a figure painter. Now, my work is on gender equality and female empowerment. I've been working on this for several years now. I got involved because when I was seeing the way things are going on in this society, and I just decided, Picasso said that art is not to adorn walls, it is to be a weapon. And I decided to use my weapon for this series. Like I said, I started seeing a lot of things going on in society that I didn't like, the Me Too stuff and all of that stuff. So I just decided to use my weapon to try and combat that stuff. And so each one of my paintings is of a different subject in the arena of empowerment and gender equality. And each one talks about a different situation. And I try to make it, and there's a narrative that goes along with every single painting. So people can see that the paintings are not just paintings of people, but paintings of people with a message. Everyone has its message, so that if people will look at them and read the messages, they can begin to learn not only what the painting is about, but more importantly, what's going on in society and how we need to do something about it. The fight for equality and empowerment has been going on since the 18th century, and it's still going on. Here in the 21st century, we still have this problem, and I think that's a disgrace. I think that nowadays in this, it should have happened before, but it hasn't, and I want to see it happen now, that people will start to care and start to treat people decently. And we can begin to heal the divide and get to everybody treating everybody with equality. In the United States, every day 3 women are killed by their husband. Every day. Now that's over 1,000 women per year, and that is disgusting that men are doing that. And I am going to. I'm going to combat it the best way I know how, with the paintbrush. And I'm going to create and keep creating paintings that will talk to these problems. I have, I think, 35 to 40 different paintings in my inventory on this subject, and I've just really just begun. I'm going to be continuing this fight until either I no longer exist or the problems no longer exist, whichever comes first. And hopefully, it won't be me, because I want to see this stuff go away. People have got to begin to learn that it's just not right treating somebody else, especially your loved one. I mean, being killed by somebody who's supposed to love you. How disgusting is that? And it can't work. It can't live. It can't. I mean, it can't continue every day. And the statistics are showing that, generally speaking, violence against women and age 15 on up is increasing. Don't these people have enough to worry about without hurting their loved ones? I mean, I sometimes feel at a loss because the words are not enough to express just how terrible this is. And I am going to do my best for the rest of my life, because every painting I do takes me deeper and deeper into the subject, and I want to continue to grow. I want to continue to go. I've got things to do in my life, paintings to make that will treat these things, and like I said, I would like nothing better than for somebody to come to me today and say, your paintings are obsolete because these problems have gone away. I would like nothing better than that. I put the paintbrush down in a heartbeat, but it's not happening. And until it does, that paintbrush is not going down. So anyway, I just wanted to take this time to tell you about my work that I'm doing for this reason. And I invite you to visit my website to see the whole inventory. Now, I've got a couple samples here. I've got to get my fat head out of the way. This one here is called Nightmares. Some Nightmares Never End. And it's about the life of a woman with an abusive husband, how it's a daily horror for her. And then the other one up there is that you can't really see unless I bring it down, because this is also important. This is okay. This is called No Means No. I mean, it's pretty self-explanatory. No means no, but it's necessary because men don't take that no as meaning no. I even see it on television where they say no means yes. That's not right. Anyway, I could talk forever about this subject because it's really, really important to me, but I won't. So I just want to say thank you for taking the time to listen to my rant, and hopefully you'll visit my website. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Rick, for your participation and for your passion for this cause and for sharing this message tirelessly. I think we need it. We need it. Again, we are trying to change the world one artwork at a time, and I appreciate what you're doing. Thank you so much.
Sure. Thank you.
Thanks. So we keep the inspiration going, guys. I have two power women here that I'm gonna call into the screen, and they're gonna speak more about the brand. One of them is an artist. The other one is an entrepreneur, incredibly brilliant entrepreneur, and they got together and created Sisumwa, their mother-daughter duo. Dynamite. Barbara and Alexandra Alfield, welcome.
Hey, Viviana. So excited to be here with you today.
Yes, we are.
Rick, that was a great presentation. Great seeing fellow artists in our community. And you look so beautiful, Viviana. The set
Thank
is
you.
gorgeous.
Yes.
Thank you. I'll be showing it later.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
Thank you. Talk to us about Sisumwa. I'm gonna leave you here on the screen so that people can see the full set behind you and share about your brand.
Okay. Well, we're so grateful to be here. Thank you so much for having us here today. As you mentioned, we are a mother-daughter brand. So
Right.
in honor of Mother Earth and mothers and Mother's Day coming up, we feel this is very aligned and we're very excited to be here. We started our company
about 2 years ago this week.
Yep.
So
two
we're pretty new.
We're brand new. We just celebrated our 2nd anniversary, and Viviana has been a great friend, supporter, wonderful partner of ours. My mother used to illustrate for the New York Times, so I'll let her introduce our art, which is really kind of the heart of our brand.
Right. Well, I started out as an illustrator, a fashion illustrator. And just recently, I've been doing paintings, fine art paintings, and that's sort of a segue from one art discipline to another. And about 2 years ago, a little before that, Alex and I decided that maybe we could pool our resources, she with her business acumen, and me with my years as a painter and also an illustrator, maybe form a company and bring artwork to the general public. And that was our thought behind Season 1. So since that idea, we've been actually having things printed, printed artwork that's saleable, printed
bags and
purses,
apparel. And our whole concept is to bring artwork from the gallery to the streets at an affordable price point, but also in a way that gives back. So Create for Peace is one of our 3 partners. Fashion brands out there, retailers out there now have the opportunity to give back to causes that are important to them. And there's an app, it's called Daily Karma, that allows a portion of all proceeds to be able to be donated to our partners. So that's something we're really proud of, we're excited about. Especially in the fashion industry, it's estimated 10% of the greenhouse gas emissions are from the fashion industry in the world. So sustainability, organic choices, green choices for our brand are really important. We did pull a couple products to show you today. The first that we'll highlight are our vegan leather totes. So this is one of our best sellers. Last year, the first year, it continues to be. And these are amazing. They're water resistant, scratch resistant, vegan leather. There's a dual print. They have little gold feet on the bottom of them, adjustable straps and gold hardware at the top, and they're zippered with a gold lining and interior pockets. So these we've really enjoyed. They're great for gift items.
They hold so much. You can get everything in here.
Yeah, you really can. We've just launched matching vegan wallets. So you might have recognized that that's the same painting that was on my mom's bag there. So these have gold hardware to match as well, and interior pockets as well. So with a little change purse. So our vegan leather has been a hit. Animals are very important to our brand. My mom paints a lot of beautiful women and animals in nature,
Pets,
and
that sort of
pets.
thing.
So you'll see that theme throughout a lot of our artwork. You want to show the wall prints, Mom?
Yeah, we have these wall prints, and again, sustainability and taking care of the planet. We had that in mind when we put these prints together. The prints are 100% canvas, cotton canvas.
Yeah.
And actually, this is recycled plastic that looks like wood. So we're saving wood and we're using plastic. Another thing to save Mother Nature.
Yeah, with the cotton, so it's a canvas cotton blend here. Again, we're saving on trees. These are floating frames. So when you buy our artwork, you can buy them at an affordable price point that is already framed for you. So if it's a gift, if you're sprucing up your home, if you're looking for inspiration, we offer that with our art prints. And then the last item that we'll feature today are our Relaxed Dazzler Fit 85% organic ring spun cotton. And these are so nice. It's also recycled polyester blend, so it has a beautiful weight and also feel to the fabric. Super soft, as she said. So these are really nice. We have 3 different designs of these. This was Straight Up, which was one of our top illustrations, the same one that was on my bag that we showed earlier today. So we're honored to be here. We're happy to represent the fashion industry and in aims of making changes in a sustainable, environmentally friendly way. And also as mother-daughters. So, you know, we're really proud to be here with you, Viviana, with all of you watching today. The video that Viviana just showed is so incredible and just so on point with where heart alignment and where we should be thinking as we move into the future with other future generations. So thank you so much for bringing this to our awareness and for having us here today.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And thanks, Sisumwa, for everything that you guys are doing. It's like an inspiration for me just to see every move, every new product that comes out. And so beautiful message to send out there to mother and daughters. I mean, it's a great example, right? Role model for us. So that love, we need more of that love in families because there's a lot going on. So we need that love. Again, I have to repeat it. If we don't have peace within ourselves, if we don't have peace within our families, if we don't have peace within our communities, we're not going to have peace with our environment. So we need to practice love here, practice love in the family so that we can love Mother Earth.
So wise, so well said. You're such a visionary for all of us. Thank you for everything that you and your family do, Viviana.
Thanks. Sending hugs your way.
Hugs to you too. Hugs to you too.
Bye.
Bye.
Alrighty, I'm back. Are you still inspired? Because it keeps going. And you've seen already Sisuma, incredible duo. All the artists that have been showcased today and have been sharing their messages. And we have an artist who is also a dedicated environmentalist. And I love her work. I'll be sharing her work in a little while, but I want to invite Margot McMahon. Hey, Margot.
Hi, how are you, Viviana? Nice to see you.
Nice seeing you too. Thank you so much for your participation. I love your work. I love what you do and how you're showcasing corals. There's so much going on right now with our coral reefs. I come from the Caribbean. I'm from Colombia. And there's a lot of devastation going on in the marine world. So I'm glad that you're bringing that to the surface. Should I leave you alone?
Sure, I can take it from here and give you a break.
All righty.
Thank you very much for a very inspiring day so far. And
thank you.
Do you need quite an accomplishment?
Thank you. Oh, thank you. Do you need your film? Do you need the video that you sent me?
I think I'll do the PowerPoint first. If I could share my screen.
Yes. Go down to the bar below, and it says share.
Got it.
There, and then there you can share it. Let me know if you got it.
Not slides, but screen, right?
You know that I'm not sure.
It'll be a PowerPoint. I'll just try to share screen, see how it works.
Could be a screen, could be the slides.
Okay, we'll see.
Yeah. I believe You can also share the screen because I've done the screen.
Okay, let me try another way.
Sure. I'll hang
Oh,
out
here,
here
choose
for a
what to
while.
share. This is working.
There
Sorry,
you go.
sorry to.
No worries, no worries. That's what I'm here for.
Okay. This looks like would be it.
Okay, cool. Should be coming up.
Permission.
I'll hold on because in the meantime.
Okay.
Oh no, I'm not gonna share. I'm not gonna share my screen because then you cannot share it, and I don't want to do that. There.
I think that should work. Let's see if it comes up now. Well, let's see. I gotta try the slides.
We're good. We're good, right, guys? We hang out here all day, and this is an awesome. This is an awesome presentation. I cannot miss it. So I hope this works.
Trying to find it.
We've had issues with sharing, with screen sharing. I'm not sure what it is. Let's blame it on the technology of
Why not?
StreamYard. I don't know what it is.
Why not?
I'm able to share from here, so that you know. I don't know if it's a big file.
Okay, well, you know what? Let me then, let's put the movie on and I'll talk through that and that will show my process. But I'll start a little bit just talking with you about the importance of Palau and coral.
Yes, yes.
First of all, coral is the bedrock of our oceans and our weather. 1% of the ocean floor is covered with coral, but it feeds 25% of ocean life. So we need it to stay healthy for the continuance of the ocean. What is hard right now is there's too much carbon in the air. It goes through the thin membrane of the ocean surface and becomes carbonic acid. And coral has the best chance of surviving because it is a plant, an animal, and a mineral. The calcium of the shell of the coral becomes what the next coral grows on. So it has a lot of variable ways that it can spread through spores as a plant would, and to grow as a animal would. And so we can expect it to bounce back if people change their behavior and reduce their carbon. So I have been painting since 2017 when I kayaked the entire country of Palau, which is an archipelago. It's a series of limestone islands on the ring of what was once a volcano. And coral needs a shallow surface to grow. It needs the sunlight and also the flow of different spores coming from different coral reefs helps its vitality. So Palau is a great place in the Philippine Sea for this to happen. It's also next to the Palawan Trench, which is the second deepest crevice in the world. It's second to the Mariana Trench, which is about a 4-hour flight away from Palau. So this trench has all these nutrients that come up with the El Niño ocean flow. Now, I'll get back to El Niño and El Niño, because when the nutrients come up, they empower the coral to grow. And a lot of what I've painted is the varieties of coral that are vibrant and kind of struggling for sunlight and position, and they want to grow. And it reminds me of what humans do too. We're struggling for our boundaries and our culture and our way of being, and the coral is doing the same thing. So the flow of the ocean there becomes El Nino or El Niña. And those are the weather episodes that influence the United States weather. If it flows over the ridiculously rigid ridge in the Pacific, it slows down and becomes a drought over the ocean. That drought then goes over California and can be there for years. It's slow moving. And the cause of it was global warming or greenhouse effect that warms the water and slows the transfer of the southern oceans to the northern oceans. So El Nino comes along through Mexico and the Gulf of Mexico and up through the Midwest and the Mississippi River. And recently we have seen really heavy rains in the past few years. Flooding. Lake Michigan rose 9 feet a few years ago. And right now it's rained every day almost. We had 1 or 2 days without it for 6 weeks, but we're in a drought. We need 2 more inches of rain to be out of the drought because our snows weren't heavy enough. So let's just call this global quirkiness. It's just everything is up for grabs a little bit, but one of the core elements that will keep our weather in check is keeping the coral healthy. So I've been painting this since 2017, and I use a technique that, in my mind, reverses the bleaching episode. Bleaching happens when the carbon enters into the water, mixes with the salt water, and becomes carbonic acid. It kills the coral. It whitens it out. So in this process, which is called technique mix, I take the shape of the coral, the textures and feeling and variety of the coral, which is phantasmagoric. It is so colorful and techno-colored like a Disney film in its healthy state. And turn that into first black and white form. Maybe we could show the film now, Viviana, and I'll talk our way through it. And
Okay.
You'll see how the bleaching event, which has happened, there's been 3 major bleaching events in Palau of their coral. But for some reason, Palauan coral bounces back. And that is why we're studying it and paying attention to it, because it could have the answers for saving coral, like at the Great Barrier Reef, in the Caribbean. Dr. Vone, who's in the Florida Keys, this is Palau and the archipelago. This is how the islands have formed around the ridges of what was once a volcano, and is a series of islands. We've lost 40% of our coral, but you can see the shallowness where you see the bottom of the water here under the kayak. We were on an ecotourism tour where we tried to have the least amount of footprint in our travels through the entire country of Palau, including these limestone caves that are carved by the moon with the tides. Palau has a kind of mushroom-shaped island because the flow of the water is always carving away at the limestone, and the tides create that. So there's a lot of underground passageways. And so this is a giant clam, and we place those in places where people couldn't find them, so to allow them to rejuvenate. This is the process that I'm talking about with technique mix, where it goes from black and white to create the form, and then I add the glazing color. And that is like bringing the coral back to life and bringing a vitality so that the fish and the animal life can. So this is a beginning photograph that I took with my GoPro, and then the drawing and the tempera color to begin with, of black and white back and forth, and then the glazing and layers of glazing to add a depth, bringing back once again the life of the vital life of the ocean. Once again, a photograph, and starting off with a mid-tone range, going white and black, and now the beginning of glazing. and adding more and more glazing layers to bring back that vitality of what I found in the coral to begin with. Black and white stage, this is lettuce coral. You can see the variety and the coloration. Even if it looks like it's white, there's colors in there that are grayish, and it really is a very vital coral. I love this blue and orange together, so I'm looking for compositions in that photograph that I'd like to paint and show the vitality, the variety, the diversity, and the need we have for that. There's something called microfracturing that Dr. Vaughan is doing in Florida that breaks up the coral into very tiny pieces. And then he makes plugs out of them and replants them. And that works really well for the staghorn coral. And here's a coral landscape. What it looks like when you're actually swimming through the water. It's very shallow. And our canoeing or our kayaking trip. So there are some solutions in I have just heard that we've lost about 60% of the coral in the Great Barrier Reef, which is the largest organism on Earth. And just this year, they found depositing spores onto that coral is bringing life back. Thank you so much, Sheila. I'm so glad you enjoy this. I'm so glad to take you to this other side of the Earth and show this magnificent display of vibrant coral and an ecosystem that is really important for how we live our everyday life in the Midwest. The gardens, the coral gardens that we saw in bays reminded me so much of the prairies in the Midwest and formal gardens in England. There's a commonality to this diversity of life. And if we have bonded to the life in one area of the world, we can bond easily to the life as I did in Palau, as this is familiar and yet so exotic and different. Taking care of this coral is extremely important. And the best way we can do that is to reduce our carbon. The carbonic acid is killing our hopes for having better weather, our hopes for everyday life. It may seem like it's very far away, but we are causing 93% of carbon to be absorbed in the Southern Ocean. We've not heard as much about it as we used to a few decades ago, but the Atlantic Ocean absorbs our aerosols. The more we use aerosols, the more the Northern Ocean absorbs, and that is causing columns of heat and columns of cold. When the warming of the ocean happens, the transfer from the Southern Oceans to the Northern Oceans, I've got a reverse on this. I'll go the other way. Southern Oceans to the Northern Oceans gets slowed down. And that makes the flow of water slow down. That makes the exchange of spores in these kind of underwater ecosystems slow down. And that increases the heat, moving the water from the equator to the north, cools the water. One way we do that, and one way we see that, is the water evaporates at the equator where it's warm. It goes up and comes down as rain in the Midwest. So the warmer the water is, the more evaporates, the more gets dumped on in the Midwest. And some of our farmers have had a very difficult time with flooding and losing their crops along the Mississippi River. So every action we take here in the Midwest affects the world and comes right back at us. So let's be responsible, take care of ourselves and our world, and reduce our carbon. And that will be step one to having better weather.
I was just going to ask you that. I was going to ask you if you have any tips for us, because this is such an important subject. And what can we do as individuals to help stop this devastation?
Well, number one, grow some leafy greens in your backyard. You could grow them in a pot. You could grow them on your deck. That will keep lettuce from being shipped from California to Chicago. That is a lot of carbon in the air to ship that, whether it's by train or truck. Try to get an electric car. There are trucks that are electric. There are micro cars that are electric. There are sedans in the middle. There are luxury cars. Please try and get an electric car and use solar energy. There is a 26% discount right now on solar energy to charge your car. 0 carbon emissions. Number 1, though, is stop eating red meat. The cows are letting methane out as they breathe. The shipping of the meat is astronomical. The amount of land dedicated to cows grazing is beyond the pale. And if we just reduce red meat to 1 day a week, we used to have Mondays off of red meat. Well, we're in more of a crisis state. So we need to only have meat on Mondays and take 6 days off of meat, and we will be fine. We are carnivores, are omnivores. So a little bit of meat goes a long way, and a lot of vegetables go even further. So those are 3 very simple things to do. Solar, wind, geothermal, those are all the options for heating your home and cooling your home. The weather is going to be more extreme. We haven't met global warming yet. So the changes that we can call very quirky right now will be frightening down the way. So, but we can curb this around. There's a lot of plans, and today is a great day to think about it and make a plan for what you want to do in the next year. And then check your plan next Earth Day and see how far you got.
That is such a great idea. I love that, guys. You hear that? So make a plan today and see what you're going to do this year so that you can celebrate in next Earth Day. Say, okay, what did I do this year? How did I contribute to my planet? And this is something that we repeat again and again, and some people don't take seriously. Others say it's fantasy. It's science. It is science. It is happening, guys. There's very smart, capable people working and starting this on daily basis, right, Margot?
Yeah, I have been involved in it for decades, and I am occasionally very frustrated, but at the same time doing everything I can on a daily basis. Can I add one more tip?
Absolutely.
Take care of
absolutely.
the trees, because besides the carbon emission that we have to check, we need carbon capture. The carbon is already in the air. Methane is already in the air. The trees gobble it up and grow and shade us and cool our earth and soak up our heavy rains. So sapling care, tree care is extremely important. So we have those already. Take care of the trees. That's a simple thing to do on Saturday. Next week, we are going to take care of 50 saplings on the south side of Chicago in a city park. We compost, mulch, and water annually for Earth Day.
That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you so much.
It's a lot of fun too.
Oh yes, absolutely, right? Participating in all these events. It's so great. There's cleanups today. There's people planting trees. There's millions and millions of people everywhere participating on Earth Day. And I thank you that you're part of it. Thanks so much.
Thank you for the opportunity to show my work and my passion for getting the word out about the struggle that Palau is having.
Absolutely.
So I appreciate it.
Thank you. Thanks, Margot.
Thank you, Viviana.
See you next time. That was interesting, right, guys? I'm pretty sure I was not the only one learning here. I am passionate about corals, like I said, because I am from the Caribbean coast of Colombia, and I love the fact that Margot is dedicating her art to the corals. That is so beautiful, and it's one of those beautiful things, why I do what I do, because I just love supporting these artists and bringing their message out, because we need to hear it. We need to hear it. And speaking of trees, she was mentioning about, well, let's see if we remember all the tips, right? We have the recording, so go back. But she was mentioning the importance of taking care of the trees or planting them. How about planting lettuce in your backyard? It's not that difficult. You can do it. You can make it happen. And speaking of trees, I want to share one of our partners, which is Trees for the Future, who are dedicated to planting trees. And Arthur International plants 10,000 trees with each issue of the magazine. We print the magazine, but we plant trees so that you guys know. And here is a message from them. And that was beautiful. And I have a message from our friend and artist Gabrielle Lavoie from France.
La nature a toujours été pour moi un terrain d'apprentissage. C'est en la contemplant sous forme de méditation active que j'y ai développé mon sens d'observation. De l'intérieur, je suis continuellement en train de regarder la vie sous forme de tableau, que ce soit les lumières, les ombres ou la perspective. Dans mes pensées, tout se peint de façon automatique. J'ai trouvé un équilibre dans mon art le jour où l'intuitif est devenu complémentaire au figuratif, comme si mon cœur et ma tête se fusionnaient. D'abord et avant tout, je suis un coloriste qui ressent le besoin profond de créer des ambiances empreintes de lumière, de magie et d'harmonie. Habituellement, lorsque je peins, mon but premier est d'essayer de me retrouver dans un état de conscience où j'aspire à aider, à toucher l'âme des gens avec le maximum de lumière et de beauté qu'il m'est possible de transmettre à l'aide de mes pinceaux. Le portrait a toujours été au cœur de mon art. Je suis un autodidacte qui a beaucoup appris grâce à l'enseignement. D'ailleurs, c'est en donnant des ateliers que j'ai forgé mon talent. En général, j'œuvre simultanément et en alternance sur plusieurs projets. Selon l'inspiration du moment, je me connecte au tableau qui m'interpelle le plus. Si possible, j'essaie de ne laisser aucune interférence nuire à mon intuition présente. Cette méthode de travail stimule ma productivité et m'apporte une plus grande liberté artistique. C'est en grande partie grâce à la peinture que j'ai voyagé dans le monde. Parfois pour des concours, parfois comme formateur en peinture intuitive, et bien sûr pour y exposer mes œuvres. Mais par-dessus tout, ce métier m'a permis de vivre d'innombrables partages et rencontres inoubliables. Selon moi, il peut y avoir plusieurs façons d'atteindre un objectif, ou plusieurs techniques pour créer une œuvre. Mais l'intention d'en faire un résultat positif et inspirant demeure pour moi l'essence fondamentale. Le but ultime de cette quête artistique est de consacrer une partie de ma vie à la réalisation de qui je suis vraiment.
That was beautiful, and that's Gabrielle Lebois. And I want to share something special from Gabrielle, and that is the cover of Art to International magazine. So he is the artist featured on the cover of this issue of the magazine. You're going to discover so much color on this cover. Go to artourinternational.com, visit the website, and check out the issue. Is all about Mother Earth. The artists are all featured there. There's so much to explore. I don't want to show it everything because I have my director in front of me, and he said they have to go to the website and check out the magazine. It's free for viewing on the digital format. You can purchase the print magazine at Barnes & Noble. I do want to share a few things. We're almost getting to the top of the hour, and I promise you something before that. I do want to say hello to a few artists who didn't send me messages here, but they were watching and then sent emails. Atina Sultani, thank you. Caro Robitale, Cobos Globlas, John Luttermilch, Jacqueline Dunn, Shifra Leviathan, Mark Hans, no, this is Monica Bendner, Kitty, Katrina Alvarez. Wow, thank you so much, guys, for everything. Thanks for tuning in, for watching from there. I know that not everybody could log in. Again, we have a Metaverse exhibition. Tomorrow is the opening, and it's here. Let me give you a quick peek of what's happening in there. Where is my screen? Here it is. Here it is. Tomorrow is the opening of this exhibition. So I don't know if you've ever been to an opening in the metaverse. It's super cool because you get to hang out, chat, meet people, and you don't have to get out of the house. So I invite you tomorrow, go to www.artourinternational.com. The link is there. 7 p.m. tomorrow is the opening. Come and hang out with the artists. They're going to be there, and you're going to love it. All these artists dedicated to bringing awareness about Mother Earth, environmental conservation, peace awareness, and everything that has to do with making the world a better place. So before we go, there's a few things I promised I was going to do, and let's see if my director, who's next to me, is going to allow me to do that. But I wanted to show you the set because I got a few text messages from people who love my set. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I set it up. So that you know everything that is here, it's very symbolic. Example, this big container that you see here, this comes from Colombia, and the symbol for this, even though you don't see it, I put it down there. It's receiving energy. It's receiving energy that is coming from the artists, from the panelists. And let me come down. It's receiving energy from everyone and then sending it out to our planet. Okay, so that's what's happening here. On this side, we have the shafts. I create these shafts. I'm very inspired when I see feathers. These feathers are coming from Colombia too. Yes, when I go to my country, I bring a lot of stuff. So these feathers are actually from the aviary that we have in Cartagena in Isla de Barú. And when they clean the aviary, they give me some feathers. I go pick up feathers. They give them to me, and I create all this beautiful, very traditional, authentic, tribal, native art. So that's what's in my veins. That's what I create. This feather from the aviary is one of my favorites, and I touch it and I feel the animal, and it's from a condor. This is a condor. It's the condor is the big. It's like the eagle here. In Colombia, we have the condor. It's the same family. It's a huge. It's bigger than the eagle actually, and this feather is one of the condors in the aviary. Everything you see here that's what's happening. This came from Yari, who gave me this. This is to clean the air. I have another container here, and it's the same. It does the same purpose. It's receiving the energy that is coming, and then I send it out. So this is all about sending beautiful energy, and my feathers are all over the place. As you can see, I make earrings. I make all that stuff. When I am having fun at home, this is what I do. I just use feathers. I like to feel close to nature. This piece of tree, see if, should I bring it up? He's having a hard time here. I'm making him do things. So this tree comes from Ulster County, New York, where I live. And we live very close to nature. And I love to have trees and the energy of nature. I wanted to have it close to me today. So this is what this set is all about. These are seeds, guys. And what did I say? That if you watch today, I'm going to send you these seeds. So all you have to do is email me. Okay. Go to either the website or go to vivianapuello.com. Send me an email and tell me you promised me a seed. These are seeds for flowers. You plant them and you're going to have flowers this spring. And we're almost late. So make sure that, that happens. And this is for meditation. So that's what's here in the set. I think I show you almost everything. And I have my book also behind me, keeping me and reminding me the reasons why I do this is because you are a masterpiece. You can go to vivianapuello.com and discover what this book is about. And I speak a lot about Mother Earth on this book. One of the chapters is to explain to you how important it is for you to be exposed to nature and how that makes an incredible change, an incredible shift in your consciousness, and then it manifests in your reality and it makes your life a lot better. So there's a lot going on in this set, as you can see. It's all boils down to the same message, and is that we want to elevate global consciousness. We want to make sure that we are connected, that we're grounding. From time to time, take your shoes off, walk on grass, walk on the sand, walk on earth. Don't be afraid of getting dirty. As long as there's no chemicals, nothing's going to happen to you. Just be in touch with nature. Fall in love. I don't know if you got to watch Kintsugi. If you didn't, you have to rewind this and go watch it. But one of the messages that we sent there is fall in love with nature, fall in love with the universe, fall in love with every living thing. Because when we are in that state of love, that's when we can make changes. That's when we can create that impact either in our community, in our family. With one person that we influence with love, we can bring peace and awareness to having a better world, having a better planet. So we're almost there. I am going to share last. I prepared a prayer for today, and I wanted to share it at the end of this show because this is the reason why we're here. And I believe strongly. And as you have seen, I keep away from political themes because that's not what I am here for. Anything that has to do with division, I avoid. I don't want to go there because my goal is to bring you peace awareness. That's the message, peace, right? And we are right now living in a world where sadly we are at war. And this is causing, guess what? This is not good for our planet. So our prayer today is that we can find peace within ourselves. We can find peace within our families, in our communities, in our countries, in the world, and we can take care of this planet once and for all. We have repeating this, we've been repeating it again and again. And like Rick Kahn said, and one of our artists just said, I'm gonna keep painting this until the problem disappears or I disappear. And I'm gonna say the same thing about our causes. I am going to be repeating this, and I'm probably gonna see you again next year and repeat this again. And hopefully by then we can say something like, we've moved forward, we did this, so many more electric cars were sold, etc., etc. Let's take care of our planet, guys. I don't know if you have a kid, a cousin, a nephew, a grandnephew. There's somebody there in your future that really needs a land to walk on, right? We're enjoying this planet. We breathe air. We go to the ocean. We take swims in the water. They want to do the same, and their children's children. So let's do that for our planet. And I'm going to share this prayer with you. And if you are walking, take a second. Take a second. This is only 2 minutes. I want us to take a minute and actually profoundly from the heart, elevate our hearts and pray. We dedicate this moment to pray for peace in our planet. We raise our voices and unite our hearts to advocate for Mother Earth. We show up today as warriors, fighting a battle, the one to conquer peace and elevate global consciousness, sending waves of love to all corners of the globe, extending our prayers to all countries. We come as one, elevating our hearts and our voices, and we pray for peace. Let our love conquer all understanding. Let divine light permeate every heart, every living being in this universe, so that we can find healing for ourselves, for our loved ones, for our planet. From the depths of our souls, our prayer comes as a song of love for Mother Earth. Today we come together for our future generations. Today we pray, let it be peace. See you next time, guys. I'll see you next time. Let it be peace. And until next year, next Earth Day, don't forget to stay inspired and let it be peace.